Welcome to Dracula Harry. Today's adventure: what if Rosalie Hale found baby Harry on Privet Drive and the Cullens raised him as her own son? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The quarrel with Emmett and the road trip. The garage smelled of wax and wet maple leaves. Rosalie Cullen had the bonnet of the M3 propped open, a chamois cloth folded once on the wing, and her sleeves rolled to the elbow. The October rain had pushed every leaf in the yard against the door's rubber sweep, and the cold had crept under the garage's tin roof and stayed there. She could hear the rain on the roof in two layers, a steady drum on the pitched part above her head, a thinner patter where the gutter overflowed at the corner. Her hand moved along the rocker arms with the precision of someone who had been doing this for 9 decades and was still unwilling to do it any other way. She had taken the engine apart twice this week. She would take it apart again before Thanksgiving. There was nothing wrong with it. That was not the point. The point was that her hands did not shake when they were working. Her hands shook in the kitchen, in the bedroom, on the porch when the wind dropped and the woods went too quiet. They did not shake under a hood. The engine was a thing you could open, look inside, and understand. The engine had a state. The engine was either in tune or it was not. The engine did not look up at you and say, "Rosie, what did you want?" She was thinking about how the timing was a degree off when she heard Emmett come in. He did not come in quietly. He never did. He stomped his boots on the mat by the inner door, scraped a wedge of mud off, hung his jacket on the peg he always used, and only then crossed the concrete toward her. "You've been at that for 3 hours," he said. "It's a German car. It's tuned." "It's not." He stood at her shoulder, the warmth of his frame just there in the periphery of her attention. He smelled of pine sap and wood smoke from the burn pile and very faintly of elk. He had been out hunting since just after midnight. He had brought her one of the cleaner kills, hung in the rear of the truck like a butcher's gift, and she had not thanked him because thanking him had felt in the moment like agreeing to a peace she did not want. "Rosie, don't start." "I'm not starting." "Then don't." She did not look up. The carb screw was finicky and would catch under her thumb if she pressed too hard. Her thumb was harder than tool steel. She pressed it the precise eighth of a turn she wanted and not a fraction more. She heard him sigh. "Rose," he said lower. "I shouldn't have said it." She heard it. She heard it land, slow and earnest, with the particular cadence Emmett used when he was trying. He was trying. He was almost always trying. She had married him for that, in part, the long, boyish trying. She had married him because he had been mauled by a bear and would have died, and Carlyle had asked her, and she had wanted even then to bring something back. She had married him because he was warm. She had married him because he was hers. She had not married him to have him tell her, 3 nights ago, at the end of a long evening when the rest of the family had gone hunting, and the house was quiet, "I would have been a terrible father anyway." It had been meant as a kindness, she knew that. He had meant it the way an old soldier might shrug off the leg he lost, a small mercy, a way of saying, "Let's not mourn the thing we never had." He had meant it to release her from her wanting. He had meant to lay the weight down for both of them. She had wanted to break his jaw. "Rose, look at me." She did not look at him. She tightened the screw a quarter past where she had meant to. She heard the click as the linkage caught. The engine in its silence said nothing about it. "I want you to come hunting with me," he said. "Tonight, just us, up past the lake. Carlyle says the snow's not for another week. We can take the truck." "Number Rosie, no, M." She closed the bonnet then, not with the soft snick she usually closed it with, but with a clean 2-handed drop that ended in a chunk of sound, the door of the garage echoing it back. She straightened. She wiped her hands on the chamois. She turned and faced him for the first time since he had stomped his boots clean. Emmett was a large man. He had been a large man at 20, and the vampire venom had not made him taller, but it had made him denser, finer, less prone to softness in his face. His eyes were the gold of a Cullen well-fed. His jaw had the long, generous line that had made her, 90 years ago in the parlor at Carlyle's house, look once and then look again, and then very quietly resent him for being chosen for her, and then over the course of a decade come to choose him back. His eyes now had the particular careful look of a man who had said the wrong thing and knew he had and would say it again if she let him. "I am going away for a while," she said. He did not argue. He did not say with me. He did not say where. He had been married to her for a long time and he knew the shape of her leavings. He nodded once. The muscle in his jaw set. He swallowed. "How long? I don't know. Rose, I don't know, Em." He stood there a moment. He looked down at the toe of his boot, at a crescent of mud he had missed on the mat. He looked back up. "All right," he said. She picked up the chamois and folded it into the pocket of her overalls and went past him into the house. What changed? The dam which had held for 50 years on the strength of his hand under her elbow at every wedding the family attended, every christening, every fool human gathering where she had stood in pearls and listened to other women cry into other women's hair about diaper rash. That dam, after 50 years, made a sound she had not heard before. A small dry crack deep under, where no one could see. The kitchen was bright. Esme had pulled the curtain back from the south windows and was arranging gourds on the sideboard for no one to eat. She had been baking, actual baking, with flour and butter, because in November she always baked. The pies went to the volunteer fire department in Forks, who had stopped asking why the doctor's wife was so generous and had started, this last year, returning the empty tins washed and stacked. The kitchen smelled of cinnamon and brown sugar, and of the small wet wood of the cutting board. Carlyle was at the breakfast bar with the morning paper, reading it the way he read every paper, line by line, as if he were going to be quizzed. He looked up when Rosalie came in. He had the precise gift, refined over 3.5 centuries, of looking at a person without seeming to look at them. He looked at her now without seeming to look at her and folded the paper and set it down. "Rosalie, I am leaving for a while." Esme stopped arranging gourds. Her hand stayed on the lip of a pumpkin. She did not turn at once. "Where?" Carlyle asked. "England." Carlyle considered this. He had been a Voltaire guest in his time. He had been a London surgeon. He had walked the East End by candlelight. He had no instinctive opinion about England which was useful. He looked at her hands, at the chamois corner sticking from her pocket, at the line of her jaw. "Alone. Alone? How long? I don't know." Esme set the pumpkin down. She came around the island. She had the gift Carlyle did not have of laying a palm on a person without it becoming a question. She laid her palm on Rosalie's cheek for the duration of one of her own held breaths and then took it away. "Take the green coat," Esme said, "and take cash." "I have cash." "Take more." Carlyle had not stood up. He did not need to stand up to give permission because Rosalie was not asking permission. He gave it anyway, in the only way he ever did, which was to make none of his face a barrier. He nodded once the way he had nodded 10,000 times in his life at people who had told him they were going somewhere terrible. "Call from London," he said. "I will. Use the line we use, not the house." "I know." She did not ask after Emmett. Emmett was, she could hear, still in the garage. He had not come into the kitchen. He had not picked his jacket off the peg. He was standing in the place where she had left him, his hand on the rocker arm she had been tightening, his head bent forward an inch, listening through 3 walls of cedar to a wife he had not been able to keep in the room. What changed? The family said yes. Permission, which she had not asked for, had been given anyway. The house, which had held her, was opening at the seam. She did not pack. She did not need to pack. She kept a leather grip in the closet, oxblood, with a brass clasp Esme had bought her in 1948. And in it, the things she needed to leave on an hour's notice: 3 changes of clothes, the green coat folded flat, a roll of bills in pounds and another in dollars, a passport in the name of Rosalie Hale Cullen with a date of birth that was a lie, a second passport in another name with another lie, and a small leather case of papers that opened doors no one in Forks knew the names of. She had been the only one of the Cullens who kept such a grip in the closet. She had kept it since 1934. She had used it twice. She picked it up now, walked through the back hall, said nothing to anyone, and took the keys to the M3 off the hook by the door. The drive from Forks to SeaTac is 200 miles. She did it in 2 hours and 50 minutes. She did not speed where speeding would have drawn a state trooper, and she sped everywhere else. She passed the Hood Canal Bridge at the moment the light came up over Mount Constance, and the water beneath the bridge was the color of a knife. She passed Bremerton. She took the ferry at Bainbridge because the I-5 north-south was hideous in the early commute, and on the ferry she stood at the bow rail with her hands in her coat pockets and her hair pulled back hard against the wet wind, and she did not think. She made herself not think. There was a discipline to it. She had learned the discipline as a young vampire. You could not think too much the first years. The first years your thoughts ate you. You learned to put your mind in your hands, in the steering wheel, in the small, clean rituals of moving through a world that did not move at your speed. She put her mind in her hands now. She watched a gull skid along the rail. What changed? She crossed the Forks line, the imagined ring that ran around her family, and she felt the ring close behind her. She landed at SeaTac at 8:20. She left the M3 in long-term parking and walked across the bridge with the grip in one hand and bought a one-way first-class ticket to London Heathrow with cash at the British Airways desk. The agent who took the cash was a woman in her late 40s with a French manicure who hesitated for half a second before she rang it through and then did not hesitate again, because Rosalie was looking at her. And Rosalie's looking at a person had its own quiet weight. The ticket was printed. The agent slid it across the polished counter and said, "Have a lovely flight, Mrs. Cullen," and looked away. The flight was 9.5 hours. Rosalie did not read. She did not eat. She did not sleep because she did not sleep. She sat by the window in seat 2A in the green coat with the leather grip under her feet, and she watched the curve of the earth move under the wing, and she did not think. Above the Atlantic, near the middle of the dark, the cabin lights dimmed and the older woman in 2B fell asleep with her mouth a little open and her book on her chest, and Rosalie put one finger on the cold pane of the window and held it there, and let the cold be the thing she was paying attention to. The book on the older woman's chest was Penelope Lively. Rosalie had not read Penelope Lively, but had bought a copy of Moon Tiger at the SeaTac newsstand, and had left it on her own seat. She read the first page now in the dim. She read the second. The prose was sharp and the prose was sad, and it concerned an old woman remembering a love affair in the desert, and Rosalie did not, in the third paragraph, find the consolation a vampire is supposed to find in books, which is the consolation of having been there before. She had not been in the Egyptian desert. She had not lost a man in the war. She had lost a different war, against a different country, in a Rochester alley with a street lamp on her face. She put the book under the seat in front of her and looked again at the cold pane. A stewardess in a navy blazer came down the aisle with a tray of waters, and asked her in a polite Edinburgh accent whether she would like still or sparkling. Rosalie said still and took the glass and held it on her knee and did not drink it. The stewardess noted the untouched glass 2 hours later when she did the round again, and did not say anything about it, and replaced the glass with a fresh one, because that was what was done in first class, and Rosalie thanked her with the nod that came easily to her, and the stewardess passed on, and the cabin slept, and the engines made the steady sound they made, and the dark over the ocean held them all in its hand. What had changed on the airplane was nothing. That was the thing about airplanes. You went into them in one country and came out in another, and the hours between were a held breath. She had needed a held breath. She had not known until she was in one how badly. The hours when she could not turn the car around were a particular kind of hours. She did not have to decide anything for them. She let them happen. The dark Atlantic held the airplane and the airplane held her, and she did not, for 9 hours and 12 minutes, have to know what she was doing. What changed? She crossed the ocean. The continent of her marriage, of her house, of her husband sleeping somewhere she could no longer hear, slid behind her at 520 miles an hour, and there was nothing in front of her but a country she had not stood in for 50 years. Heathrow at the end of a transatlantic flight is a particular kind of gray. The light comes through the high panes and finds no color to land on. The air smells of jet fuel and brewed tea and pledge. Rosalie passed through customs at 8:45 in the morning by the local clock, and stood in the rental queue at Hertz with the grip at her feet, and looked at the back of the head of the man in front of her, who was wearing a tweed cap and was complaining to the agent about an upgrade. He had a thick Birmingham vowel and a habit of pinching the back of his neck when he spoke. He turned, irritated, to see who was behind him. He saw her. He stopped complaining. She took a Rover saloon with a manual gearbox. The agent gave her the keys and a paper map of the south of England, and asked her if she would like a route highlighted, and she said no thank you, and he said very good, madam, and she went out into the car park and found the car in stall E17 and dropped the grip on the passenger seat and sat for a long moment with her hands on the wheel. She had last driven in England in November 1929. The lanes had been narrower then. The towns had been wetter, the roundabouts had been fewer. She had been 21 and had been a vampire for 6 months and had been in the country to look at a picture in a Bond Street gallery and had not bought the picture. The road had felt foreign then. It felt foreign now. She started the engine. She listened to it idle. She put it in gear and went out. What changed? She stood on English ground for the first time in 5 decades, and her foot on the accelerator pedal found the country's pulse and matched it. She did not have a plan. She had a direction. The direction was not London and not anywhere she had been before. She drove west along the M4, took the slip at Reading, and turned northwest into the Cotswolds before the sun had got high enough to flatten the colors. The hedgerows were thick with hawthorn and dog rose, the berries still red. The villages came at her in rhythm: Burford, Burton, Stowe, the limestone gone gold where the rain had stopped, the rooks lifting in slow circles over the yew at every churchyard. She stopped in a village called Naunton because she liked the bend of the road. She walked into the public bar of the King's Head with her coat collar up, and ordered a half of cider. She would not drink, and sat in the inglenook with her hands around the glass. There was a family at the next table, a father with a red face and a salt and pepper beard, a mother in a fisherman's jumper, 2 children, a girl about 3 in a red duffel coat with toggles, kneeling on the bench and looking over the back of it at Rosalie with the open, considering stare children give to interesting strangers, a boy about a year, asleep against his mother's shoulder, one hand curled on the wool. The girl raised her hand to wave. Rosalie raised hers back. The mother saw and smiled the apologetic, warm smile of a woman who is used to her child's intrusions and proud of them. She does that with everyone, she mouthed. Rosalie nodded. The girl giggled. The father laughed at something the mother had not heard. The boy stirred, and the mother adjusted him without looking, and his head settled into the hollow of her collarbone with the precise rightness of a thing that had been done 1,000 times. Rosalie left the cider full on the table and went out. What changed? The grief was not less in the high-windowed lounge of a Cotswold pub. It was, after 50 years, suddenly visible to her, in a way it had not been when it was the air she breathed. She had walked into the room a woman who could carry it. She walked out a woman who could not. She drove north. She drove past Evesham and through the Vale at the speed the lanes allowed her, which was faster than the lanes had been built for. She drove until the light went, and then she drove on, the headlamps yellow and weak against the wet hedge, and she did not stop until she was on a B road in Shropshire that ran along a low ridge with a view of nothing in the dark. She pulled into a lay-by that had been cut for a farmer's gate and switched the engine off. The silence came in. Then the small night noises, water in a ditch somewhere, a sheep coughing on the slope. The radio of the Rover had picked up an evening service of news on the long wave and she had not switched it off. And Robin Day was reading something about the Falklands, the quiet drone of a Britain that was, she thought, smaller than it had been and louder about it. She switched the radio off too. She sat in the driver's seat in the dark and did not think. She had been very good for 9.5 hours at not thinking. She was tired. She did not get tired. She was tired now anyway, in the way a person can be tired who has not slept in 50 years. She put her head back against the headrest. She closed her eyes, not because she would sleep, but because closing them was a thing she could still do. What changed? She had been alone, and now she was farther alone. The country had pulled her in like a tide and dropped her on a hill she did not know. In the morning she drove on. She went north as far as the Lake District because she wanted to see water she could not see across. She came down the M6 to Penrith and turned west on the A66, and at Keswick, she pulled the Rover into a lay-by above Derwentwater and got out and walked to the verge. The lake was iron in the morning light. The fells went up the other side in 3 folds of brown and slate. There was a wind off the water that had teeth in it. She stood and let the wind cut. Behind her, a cyclist in red lycra came up the rise and went past her with a nod, panting. A flock of redwings flushed out of a hedge below the road and crossed the lake in a thin line. There was a sheep on the verge 50 meters down the road that had pulled its hind leg through a strand of fencing wire and was bleeding in the particular dull register sheep use for that situation. Rosalie heard the bleat from where she stood. She walked the 50 meters in the time it takes a person not running to walk it, knelt, took the wire in her fingers, bent it back to its post, and lifted the leg free without touching the wool. The sheep did not understand what had happened. It looked at her with a yellow eye. It walked 3 steps and stopped to consider the eye. It walked another 3 steps and then it remembered it was a sheep and went on grazing as if the wire had never existed. Rosalie wiped her fingers on a leaf of dock and walked back to the car. She thought, walking back, of a thing Carlyle had said in the kitchen once, in front of the fire, in a year she could not now remember. "We are made of what we cannot do anymore," he had said, "and what we will not do, and what we can still bring ourselves to." She had not at the time understood what he had meant. She had let him keep his philosophy in his rooms. She thought of it now, in the fell wind, walking back to the Rover with dock juice green on her fingers. She had brought herself to free the sheep. She would bring herself to whatever was next. She caught her own reflection in the wing mirror of the Rover when she turned back. She had not seen her face in a mirror properly for a week. She had been avoiding mirrors since the night Emmett had said the wrong thing. She saw it now. She saw a woman in a green coat with the wind in her blonde hair, with eyes the careful gold of the well-fed, with a mouth that had been beautiful in 1929 and was beautiful now, and would be beautiful in 100 years, with a line at the corner of her left eye that had been there since before her change and had been frozen there forever. She saw the face she had been given and not chosen. She saw the woman she had become inside it. The two did not quite match in the wing mirror in the wind off Derwentwater. They had not quite matched for a long time. She got back in the car. What changed? She had not been able to look at herself, and then she had been able to, and that was a worse thing than not. She stopped at a transport cafe outside Penrith because it had a yellow sign that said breakfast all day, and because she wanted, for 10 minutes, to be inside a room with people in it. The room was low-ceilinged and bright with the wrong kind of light, the strip bulbs humming on their own pitch, the tea urn hissing on the back wall. 3 lorry drivers sat at 3 different formica tables, and ate with the silence of men who had been driving since 4. The woman behind the counter was in her 50s, in a pink nylon overall with the gray roots of a perm that had been black in August. She looked up as Rosalie came in. She did not look surprised. She looked briefly the way some women look at other women in transport calves at the wrong hour, once over, once back, a recognition that did not need a name. "Love, tea, please. Anything in it. Just hot." She paid in coppers and took the mug to a corner table. The mug had a chip on the rim. She held it with both hands, not because she was cold, and watched the steam fold and unfold in the bad light. The driver at the next table over was eating a fry-up with a fork in his right hand and the back of a triangle of toast in his left, using the toast to push the beans on. He was perhaps 40. He had a wedding ring. He had the sort of brown forearms that came from leaning out of cab windows for 3 decades. He was not looking at her. He was looking at his plate. He ate the way a man eats who is going to be in a Volvo for another 11 hours. She thought in that minute about Vera. She had not thought about Vera in 4 months, or had been letting herself believe she had not. Vera had been her oldest friend in Rochester. Vera had been her bridesmaid at the wedding that had not happened. Vera had married a carpenter, who had hands she had envied even when she was Rosalie Hale, who envied no one. And Vera had had a baby boy named Henry, who at 6 months had a head of hair like corn silk, and a laugh that had stopped Rosalie in a doorway on a wet afternoon in 1933 like a hand on her shoulder. She had stood in that doorway for a long second and watched Vera hold Henry up to a window. The light had come through the window and made a halo of his hair. Vera had not seen her. Henry had not seen her. She had backed out of the doorway and walked the 3 blocks home in the rain. She had cried. She had still been able to cry then, only just, and she had married Royce King the next month, because Royce was who her father had told her to marry, and she had not gone back to see Vera, and she had not held Henry, and a year after that she had not been a person who could. She drank a sip of the tea. The tea was warm against her tongue, which felt nothing. She set the cup down. She left it half full and put 2-pound notes under the saucer because the price of the tea had been 40 pence, and the rest was for the woman behind the counter, who had looked her over once and twice and given her, in the second look, the offering of being addressed as love. What changed? A name she had been keeping under a stone for 50 years had come out from under it, and had said its own syllables to her in a transport calf at 5:30 in the morning, and she had let it. She drove south. She did not admit as she drove south that she was driving south because she had run out of north. She did not admit as she drove south that the south was where the heartbeat was. She had not yet heard the heartbeat. She did not know the heartbeat was waiting for her. She drove south because the road went that way, and because the woman in pink had said take care, love as she went out, and because that simple courtesy, repeated to a stranger at 6 in the morning, had set itself somewhere inside her chest like a key in a lock. She took the M6 down through Lancashire and through the long sodium-lit corridor that ran past Birmingham and out the other side. She got off in Warwickshire, at no particular junction. She drove through Stratford because she could, and looked at the Avon at the bridge by the theatre and did not stop. She passed through Banbury at 1 in the morning and bought petrol at an all-night station from a boy behind a thick plastic shield, who handed her change and did not look up. She kept the radio off. In Buckinghamshire, she came around a bend on a B road and met, in her headlamps, a barn owl rising from the verge with something in its claws. The owl held the line of her beam for half a second, wings wide, the white face like a held coin, and then banked into the dark over the hedge. She braked because she had been taught to brake. She did not need to. The Rover stood in the lane with the engine ticking, and she sat in the seat and listened to the owl gone in the dark and to her own non-breath in the wheelhouse. She had not seen a barn owl in 20 years. She had not, until this moment, thought of barn owls as the sort of thing she missed. She drove on. The lane unspooled. The hedges closed in. The dark closed in behind her. She thought, somewhere outside Aylesbury, of Emmett's hand. Emmett's hand when she had asked him to leave it on the small of her back at a wedding in 1956, had stayed there for the whole of a 4-hour reception without moving once, because he had understood when she had asked that the asking had cost her. He had not made a joke of it. He had not made a thing of it. He had been a husband. She thought of his hand in the small of her back and of his thumb at the third lumbar vertebra and of the way he had held it absolutely still even while he ate the soup. She thought, he will not say the wrong thing again. He will say a different wrong thing. That is what people do. She did not let the thought lengthen. She turned the wipers on a notch though the rain had stopped because the wiper sound was, just then, a thing she could put her mind on. She drove. She found herself somehow on the A34, then on a road that ran east of it, then on a B road that ran across the Chiltern Scarp. She did not have a map open. She had a sense of the country in her bones, the rough cartography a person who has driven for 90 years can keep. She did not pick a town. She picked a direction. The direction was south by east. The direction was, after a while, the orbital. And at the orbital she went clockwise, because clockwise looked easier. And at the orbital she sat in the third lane behind a tanker until the dawn had begun to come up in the east. And at the orbital exit for Surrey she came off. What changed? She stopped pretending she had a destination, and let the road choose, and the road, after 1,000 miles, had taken her into the southeast of England in the small hours of a Wednesday morning in November. She came off the M25 at Junction 9 and took the A24 toward Dorking, and somewhere between the dual carriageway and the older road, she lost her bearings on purpose. The A24 became a B road. The B road became a residential lane with sodium lamps on poles set 30 meters apart, the bulbs orange and tired, the pavements wet with what had been a shower an hour before. The houses were Edwardian, then 30s semis, then a stretch of mock Tudor that had been built in the 60s to look like it had been built in the 30s. She did not know the name of the suburb. She did not care. She slowed because slowing felt right. She rolled the window down 2 inches. The cold November air came in with the smell of the suburb on it, wet privet, gone roses, the faint suggestion of bins put out for the early collection. There was no one on the road. The sky in the east was beginning to pale at the bottom edge. Something pulled at her senses. She did not at first identify it. Her hearing had caught a thread before the conscious part of her mind had decided what to do with it. It was a heartbeat. The heartbeat was very small. The heartbeat was unevenly fast, the way a sleeping infant's heart sometimes runs when the dream is busy. Layered over it, not so close as the heart, 2 streets perhaps, was a man's voice, choleric and rising. The voice was not yelling at anyone she could hear. The voice was yelling at the air. She did not understand in that first 10 seconds of listening why she had slowed. She only knew she had slowed. The rover crept along the curb at 5 miles an hour. The street lamp passed overhead. The house numbers came up in painted ceramic on gate posts, odd on her left, even on her right. The street name on the post at the corner had been wet for a week and the paint had run, but the letters held. Privet Drive. She turned in. What changed? A thread, pulled out of the November dark, had found her hand, and her hand had, by reflex 50 years old, closed on it. The road was a straight short cul-de-sac with a turning circle at the far end. 4 houses on each side. Identical mock Tudor frontages. Identical brass numbers. She crept the rover along to the mouth of the second house on the right, where the heartbeat was loudest, and where the man's voice, clear now, no walls between them, was loudest. And she let the engine idle, and she put her hand on the gear stick and did not move it. The voice belonged to a large, red-faced man in a tartan dressing gown over striped pajamas, framed by the open doorway of number 4. He was holding a baby's basket. He was holding it the way a man holds something he believes has been left in his path to ruin his morning. He was holding it at arm's length. There was an envelope tucked under the handle. The envelope was thick. The handwriting on the envelope was green. From 30 feet away, with the engine on idle, Rosalie could read every letter. The baby in the basket was asleep on his back with one fist near his mouth. The man yelled at the basket. He yelled at the envelope. He yelled at the air over the basket. He yelled at no one in particular and at the universe in general, and as he yelled he started to turn slowly, with the heavy considered turn of a man who has just made up his mind about a thing, and he started to walk down the path toward the curb. Toward the bins, toward the wheelie bin at the gate. Rosalie, in the Rover, with her left hand on the gear stick and her right hand on the wheel, watched him do it. She did not move. She did not blink. She listened to the heartbeat of the child she had not yet held and to the choleric thunder of the man who had decided to throw him away. What changed? She pulled the Rover over to the verge. She switched the engine off and she opened the door. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Privet Drive, November 4, 1981. The morning was the color of slate. Vernon Dursley stepped onto the doormat of number 4 with his arms crossed against the chill, and his slippers cold on the inside of the heel, where the night had got into them. He had heard the rattle of the gate at 5 past 5 and had ignored it. He had heard the second rattle at 12 past and had told himself it was the postman. The postman did not come at 12 past 5. He had told himself it anyway. He had pulled the dressing gown over his pajamas at 19 past and gone down the stairs with the careful stop on the third tread where the wood always cracked, and had paused at the bottom for one full breath before he opened the door. There was a basket on the step. He looked at the basket. The basket did not change. The handle of the basket was wicker. The wicker was old. The wicker had been wrapped once in a strip of cream linen that was now gray. A blanket of gray wool had been folded into the basket. The blanket had a small body in it. The body had a head. The head had a thatch of black hair. The thatch of black hair lay over a forehead. The forehead had a cut on it. The cut was not bleeding. The cut was the wrong shape. Vernon held the door open and looked at the cut for the duration of one full second. Then he looked at the envelope. The envelope was thick as a small book. It had been tucked under the handle of the basket so that the back of it lay along the baby's arm. It was made of cream paper of the kind one did not buy in any of the shops Vernon Dursley used. The address on the front of it had been written in green ink. The hand was a copperplate that belonged to a person who had not bought a pen since the war. The address said, Mr. and Mrs. V. Dursley, the doorstep, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. The address said the doorstep. Vernon began to make a sound. The sound was the sound a man makes who has spent his life believing his front step is a place where the mail comes through a slot. He stepped back. He stepped forward. He looked left. He looked right. He shut the door. He opened it. He shut it again. He opened it again because he wanted to be sure he had not imagined it and the basket was still there. The basket was still there. The cut on the forehead was still the wrong shape. He picked up the basket by the handle. 60 yards down the road, in the lane that ran along the back of the turning circle, a green Rover saloon was already parked at the curb with its lights off and its engine ticking down. Because the woman in the driver's seat had heard the rattle of the door at 12 past 5, and the rattle of the door again at 19 past, and the considered tread of a man on the stair at 20 past, and she had pulled in and put her hands on the wheel and waited. Rosalie did not move when Vernon stepped onto the mat. She moved her eyes only. She was good at this. She had spent 50 years being good at this. The trick was to keep the body very still. The trick was to let the head turn no farther than a 30-degree arc and to let the eyes do the rest. The trick was to let nothing in the chest rise or fall, because there was nothing in the chest to rise or fall, and to let the face be a face that a person glancing in a wing mirror would not see. She looked at Vernon. Vernon was, she catalogued, 6'1". He weighed 17 stone. His blood pressure was high. His heart rate was elevated. He was a man who would, in 7 years, have his first cardiac event in a kitchen and would not die of it. His face had the particular pinkness of a man whose capillaries had broken in the cheeks before he was 40. His hands were thick. His hands were trembling. He picked up the basket. He picked up the basket with both hands by the handle, holding it at the level of his sternum, the way a man might hold something he had been given at the office and did not know what to do with. He looked down into it. He looked away. He looked into it again. He turned his head left toward the empty road. He turned his head right toward the empty road in the other direction. He stepped back inside. He shut the door. Rosalie's fingers tightened on the wheel. She heard him through the door. The walls of number 4 were brick on the inner skin and timber frame paneling on the outer, with 3 inches of mineral wool insulation that had been installed in 1973 when the council had given out grants. She heard through all of it. She heard his pulse beat. She heard the small hard click of his slippers on the parquet hall floor. She heard him set the basket down on the table in the front room with the bump of a man who did not know how to set down a basket with a child in it. She heard him say a word she had heard before. She heard him say a second word. She heard the rip of a thumb under the seal of an envelope. She heard the rustle of cream paper unfolding. She heard him begin to read. She did not for several seconds breathe. It was a long letter. Rosalie heard the cadence of it the way one hears a sermon through a closed church door. She heard the rise and the fall. She heard the parts where a man's voice goes flat because the words are not allowing him to understand them. She heard a pause at the word Voldemort. She heard the long-held silence at the word parents. She heard him pick the basket up off the table and set it down again with the bump of a man whose hands had got smaller. She heard him say the word petunia at the foot of the stair, and not loudly enough for the woman upstairs to hear. She heard him say it again. She heard him not call. She heard him take a 4th breath and a 5th and decide. The decision was in the breath. She had heard men decide before. The breath had a shape. The breath did not, in a man like Vernon Dursley, contain words. It contained a movement of the chest cavity that committed to a course of action. The breath he took at 27 minutes past 5 on the morning of the 4th of November, in the front room of number 4 Privet Drive, with a basket on his coffee table and an envelope crumpled in his fist, was the breath of a man who had decided to take the basket out to the bin. Rosalie's fingers on the wheel of the rover became very still. What changed? A decision in a brick house had been recorded by an ear half a street away, and the ear had become a hand on a door handle, and the hand had become a hand on a door, and the door had begun to open. She did not push it. She let it open. She let her own foot on the carpet of the rover find the brake and lift off the brake. She let her own hand find the door handle. She let the door come open the inch she needed it to come open. She let her own boot in the cold November dark find the curb. She did not run. Running was a temptation. Running was the body's first answer to the question her ear had been asking for the last 90 seconds. Running in a residential road in Surrey at 5:30 in the morning would have left a wake in the air that any walker on a back lane would have felt, and any dog on a back fence would have barked at. She did not run. She closed the door of the rover with the sound a door makes when a careful person closes it on a sleeping street. She stepped up onto the pavement. She did not look at number 4. She looked at the street lamp above number 6 and let her own walk into the empty road be the walk of a woman who had been out for an early stroll. She crossed the road at the angle a person crosses a road at when they are not in a hurry. She came up the curb at the foot of the garden of number 4. She did not look up at the bedroom window. She looked at the wheelie bin at the inner side of the gate. The wheelie bin had been put out the evening before. The wheelie bin was empty inside, except for the previous day's Daily Mail tied with the string Vernon used. The wheelie bin had a black lid. The black lid was up an inch on its hinge because the wind had got under it. The door of number 4 opened. Vernon came out. He came out the way he had gone in his dressing gown over his pajamas, with his slippers on the heels of his feet, with the basket held in both hands at the level of his sternum. He had the envelope under the basket's handle now. He had folded it once. He had not put it inside the basket. He had wanted the envelope to go in the bin with the basket because the envelope had said the doorstep, and he wanted nothing on his doorstep that would have anything to do with what had been on his doorstep. He took the path at the pace of a man who had decided. He came down the 3 flagstones to the gate. He did not see her. He did not see her because she was inside a perimeter where his eyes were not looking. He was looking at the lid of the wheelie bin. He was looking at the lid of the wheelie bin the way a man looks at a thing he has decided to use for a purpose it was not built for. He had the basket out and the lid up before he registered that there was, in the periphery of his vision, a paleness in the dark that had not been there a moment before. He looked up. Rosalie had moved into the place between the gate and the bin. She had not made a sound. She had not, by her own measure, moved at human speed. She had moved at the speed of a woman walking up a path. She was a head shorter than Vernon. She was, in the orange glow of the street lamp at the gate, the color of a candle, and she was standing in the path of the wheelie bin with one hand on the bin's lid and her other hand at her side. She looked at him. Vernon's mouth opened. Her face did the thing her face did. The dazzle of a vampire is a physiological response in the human who has been dazzled. The pupils dilate. The blood vessels at the surface of the face engorge by a measurable percentage. The heart rate accelerates by between 15 and 40 beats per minute. The brain, in the time it takes a man to register that the face he is looking at is the face of a beautiful woman, releases a flood of 3 neurotransmitters that, in combination, suppress the part of the cortex that asks questions about the situation he is in. The man becomes, briefly, a man who would like very much to be agreeable. Rosalie did not often use the dazzle. She used it now. She used it with the precision a surgeon uses a blade. She used it the way she used a torque wrench. She used it without raising her voice, without lifting her chin, without moving her hand off the lid of the bin. "Good morning," she said. Her voice was the smoothest voice she had ever used. The smoothness of it was a thing she had learned to make in 1934, sitting at the kitchen table of a boarding house in Buffalo with a glass of water she would never drink, asking a landlady for a room she would not need to sleep in, listening to herself across the table, the way one listens to a record one has put on the gramophone for the first time. The voice she made now was the same voice. The voice she made now was the voice she had used to talk men into things 90 years ago in a parlor in Rochester. The voice she made now was the voice of a woman who was not asking. "Good morning," she said again, because the first time he had not been able to answer. Morning. Good morning." Vernon's voice was higher than it had been in the hallway. Vernon's voice was the voice of a man who had been about to do a thing and had been interrupted by a face he could not place and a presence he could not, at 5:30 in the morning on his own garden path, justify being uncivil to. "That's a lovely basket," Rosalie said. She did not look at the basket when she said it. She looked at Vernon. She looked at the bridge of his nose, the precise point on his face at which a person who is dazzling another person is taught by other vampires to look. She held his eyes there. "Yes," Vernon said. Yes. And what a beautiful baby. Yes. He's not yours." No, he's not. He's been left on your step." "Yes, he has. I'd be happy," Rosalie said, "to take him." The dazzle made a small further pulse in Vernon's brain. The dazzle made the corners of his mouth turn up 0.5 millimeter. The dazzle made his shoulders, which had been held high against the November cold, drop an inch. "Would you?" he said. It was not a question, it was the answer. "I would. I mean that would. It's no trouble. I don't even know who he—" "I know," Rosalie said. She had not said "I know" to mean "I know who he is." She had said "I know" to mean "I know everything about this morning, and you do not have to think about it any further." The dazzle made Vernon hear it the way she meant it. He held out the basket. She took it from him with the hand that had been at her side, low, and with the other hand that came off the lid of the bin without a sound. She took it from him at the level of his sternum. She took it the way a woman takes a thing she has been waiting to take for 50 years, and does not let her hands tell her she has been waiting. She took it the way she would have taken it had she been refusing it, levelly, evenly, without ceremony. She did not look down into the basket, she looked at Vernon. "Thank you," she said. "Right," Vernon said. "Right, yes, well." "The envelope," she said. He had been holding it under the basket's handle. When she had taken the basket, it had fallen. It lay now on the flagstone at his slipper. The crease of his hand was on it. He looked down at it as if he was not sure what it was. She bent at the knee. She picked the envelope up without setting the basket down. She picked it up with the hand the basket was not in. She picked it up the way a woman who has done 1,000 things one-handed in her life picks up a fallen letter at a gate at 5:30 in the morning. She straightened. "This is mine now too," she said. "Yes, yes, of course it is. You won't tell anyone. Number, no, I won't. Not your wife. Not number. Not your son. Number, there was no basket. There was no basket. There was no envelope. There was no envelope. There was no morning. There was there, yes." She looked at him a moment longer. Then she let her face return, by degrees only she could measure, to the face of a woman who had just stopped on the gate at the bottom of a stranger's path. The dazzle left him in the order the dazzle leaves a man: pupils first, then capillaries, then heart, then the corners of the mouth, and what was left of Vernon Dursley on his garden path was the puzzled remnant of a man who could not remember why he was standing at his gate in his dressing gown at 5:30 in the morning, and who was, on balance, very glad of the cold to drive him back into the house. "Good morning, then," he said. "Good morning." He turned. He went up the path. He went up the 3 flagstones. He did not look back. He went in through the door. He did not, as he had on the way out, hold the door open for half a second to check the street. He shut the door behind him with the bump of a man who was going to make a cup of tea and a piece of toast, and forget that he had been awake before he had been awake. He did not lock the door. He did not, Rosalie heard, set the chain. He took the 4 steps down the hall and went into the kitchen and put on the kettle and began to whistle a tune from the Sunday morning service of his childhood that he did not, this morning, remember he knew. What changed? The basket was hers. The envelope was hers. The morning had no more witnesses than the 2 of them and a baby who had not woken. She turned at the gate. She did not, at first, look down. She did not let herself look down. She walked the angle of the road back to the Rover with the basket held against her chest now, at the level of her own ribs, the wicker handle in the crook of her right elbow, the envelope in the fingers of her left hand. The street lamp above number 6 made her shadow long on the wet pavement, and her shadow had, for the first time in 50 years, a second smaller shadow in it. She stopped at the boot of the Rover. She did not look down. She let herself instead look at the back of the Rover's bonnet. She let herself feel the cold metal of the boot under her free hand. She let herself listen to the heartbeat. The heartbeat was 48 beats a minute, which was the lower bound of the normal range for an infant of 16 months in deep sleep. The heartbeat had not changed in the 4 minutes since she had picked the basket up. The baby had not noticed that the hands which were carrying him had become different hands. She let herself, then, look down. The boy was on his back in the basket. The gray blanket had been tucked around him by someone who had known what they were doing, who had folded it under his feet first and then up under his arms, and across his chest in the diagonal that nurses learn in their first month. And the basket had a small green hot water bottle at the head end that had gone cold during the night, and which she removed with 2 fingers, and set on top of the rear wing of the Rover, where it would not come back into the car. The boy was wearing a one-piece suit of pale blue cotton that had a sailboat on the chest. The boy's right fist was at his mouth. His left arm was at his side. His eyelashes were long enough that she could count them in the orange light. He had a thatch of black hair that stood up at the crown, the way black hair stands up at the crown when a parent has not yet learned to comb it with water. He had, she let herself, for the first time, look, a cut on his forehead at the hairline that had been made not with a knife, and not with a fall but with something else, and the shape of it was the shape of an alphabet letter she had not seen written in lightning before. She looked at the cut. The cut did not, in the orange light, bleed. She put one finger to the air just above the cut. She did not touch the cut. She did not want to touch the cut yet, because the cut belonged to a thing she did not yet understand, and a finger placed on it would be, she felt without knowing the word, a thing she would have to undo. She put the finger down. She lifted the basket onto the rear seat of the Rover. She set it with the foot end pointing toward the door behind the driver, so that if she had to brake she would brake into his feet rather than into his head. She fed the seat belt through the basket's handle, drew it across, fed it through the latch, snapped it shut. She tested the tension with her hand. She tested it again. She set the green hot water bottle inside the front passenger footwell where she would not see it. She closed the rear door of the Rover with the latch only, not the slam. She walked round to the driver's door. She opened it. She got in. She put the envelope on the dashboard with the green ink address facing up. She did not, before she turned the key, look in the rear-view mirror at the basket. She looked at the envelope. The envelope said Mr. and Mrs. V. Dursley, the doorstep, 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. The envelope did not, on the front of it, say the name of the baby. It said the name of the road, and the name of the people the baby had been left for, and a place, the doorstep, that a postal worker would not have written, and that meant the envelope had been delivered by something other than a postal worker. The envelope was sealed with wax. The wax had been pressed by a signet. The signet, in the orange light of the street lamp, was a square and a circle and a triangle, arranged the way a child might arrange 3 shapes on a page who had been told to make a sign that was a sign. She did not, in that minute, open the envelope. She put the envelope into the inside pocket of the green coat, the pocket on the left, against the place where her heart did not beat. She started the engine. She put the Rover in first. She let the clutch out smoothly. She did not look at number 4. She rolled forward to the turning circle at the head of the cul-de-sac. She used the turning circle. She came back down Privet Drive at 12 miles an hour because she had a child in the back, and at the corner of the road, where the street name had been wet for a week, she did not stop at the white line because no one was there. She came out onto the residential lane. She came out onto the B road. She turned right at the B road because right was the way back to the orbital. She drove. In the rear seat behind her, the heartbeat did not change. What changed? She had become, in the time it had taken a man to walk 3 flagstones with a basket, the carrier of a child. The carrier of a child was a thing she had not been in any of the lives she had lived. The carrier of a child was a thing she now was. The thing she was had a name. The name had been on no envelope. The name had been the name in green ink that she had heard, through the front room walls of number 4, spoken twice at the foot of a stair to a woman who had not come down. Harry. She had heard it from a man who had been about to throw him away. She heard it again now, in her own non-voice, in her own mouth, in the driving seat of a Rover saloon passing under the 3rd street lamp on a lane in Surrey at 26 minutes to 6 on the morning of the 4th of November. She said it. She said it in her own mouth. She said it the way a mother says a name she has not been allowed to say in 50 years, which is not loudly and not softly but precisely, with the syllables of it laid down on the air the way a person who has been given a thing lays down the thing on a table to look at it. Harry. In the basket the heartbeat did not change. She drove. She passed the gate of number 2. She passed the gate of the corner house. She turned the wheel. The rover took the corner at 12 miles an hour and did not roll. She came back onto the residential lane, and the residential lane onto the B road, and the B road onto the dual carriageway, and the dual carriageway at the orbital junction she would take in 11 miles time, onto the M25 westbound, toward the M4, toward the airport. In the rear-view mirror the basket was a still small darkness against the rear seat. She did not look at it. She did not need to. She had the heartbeat. The heartbeat would tell her if anything changed. The heartbeat did not change. She drove. The light came up in the east as she came onto the orbital. The cars came out of the suburbs as the light came up. The lanes filled. The orbital became, in 20 minutes, the orbital it became every morning of every week, full of men in saloons with mugs of tea in the cup holder, full of women in hatchbacks who had dropped a child at a childminder before dawn. Rosalie drove in the middle lane at 65, the lane in which she would not have to brake for the lorries or be overtaken by the executives, and she watched the heartbeat in her ear and let the dawn happen on the dashboard, and she did not, for 20 miles, look in the mirror at the back seat. When she did look, it was because the heartbeat had shifted by 3 beats. She looked. He had not woken. He had moved his fist from his mouth to the side of his cheek. He had turned his head an inch to the right, toward the door. The gray blanket had not slipped. He was, in the second she watched him in the mirror, asleep. She let her eyes go back to the road. What changed? She had a baby in the car. She had crossed the line. The line, having been crossed, was already gone behind her, and the road ahead was not a road she had ever driven before. She did not, between the orbital and the Labie at Cobham, take her eyes off the road for longer than the eyebrow flick a careful driver takes to check a mirror. She drove with the discipline she had used at 28 in 1934, when she had driven a borrowed Ford the breadth of upstate New York with a body in the boot. The body had been Royce King's. The body had been folded into the boot at 3 in the morning of the day after Royce King had stopped being a man Rosalie Hale had a use for, and she had driven the Ford to a lake outside Buffalo and sunk the body and walked the 7 miles back to her own door. And she had driven the Ford the way she now drove the Rover, at 55 in the middle lane, with both hands on the wheel and the wipers off and the radio off and the windows closed, because she had understood. The first time she had been the carrier of a thing she could not be seen carrying, that the speed at which a careful person was overtaken was the speed at which a careful person did not exist. She understood without ceremony, carrying a thing she could not be seen carrying. The thing in the basket on the back seat had been on the doorstep of a brick house in Surrey at 5 in the morning, and a man in a dressing gown had taken the basket inside and decided to throw it away, and a woman with the dazzle on her face had taken it from him and driven away. That sequence of events did not, in any legal system she was familiar with, end at a port. That sequence of events ended at a port only if the port did not know what was passing through it, and the port did not know what was passing through it only if the woman in the green coat and the basket in the back seat did not give the port a reason to know. She did not, until she had cleared the orbital and got onto the M3, allow herself the second look in the mirror. She allowed it then. He had moved his head an inch the other way. He had put his fist back at his mouth. He had a thumb. He had not, in the night, learned to use the thumb. His knuckle was at his lower lip, and he was breathing through the gap above the knuckle, and his breath was steady. The cut on his forehead was not bleeding. The cut on his forehead in the better light of the dawn was the precise shape it had been at the gate. It was a lightning bolt. She had not in her life seen a womb the shape of a letter. The womb the shape of a letter was a thing she would think about when there was a place to think about it. There was not yet a place. She drove. Cobham Services came up on a sign in 2 miles. She took the slip road. She did not need petrol. She needed 3 minutes in a lay-by in the corner of the lorry park to set the basket on the floor of the front passenger footwell and look at him properly under the dome light. She found the corner of the lorry park. She found a row of 3 empty lorry bays with a hedge behind them. She drew the Rover into the middle bay. She killed the engine. She turned in the seat. She lifted the basket out from behind the belt and set it on the seat beside her. She turned the dome light on. She bent her head over the basket. He had a face. The face was the face of a child who had been loved by a woman and a man who had had time to learn the small mechanics of him. The curve of the bone at the side of the eye, the placement of the freckle below the left ear, the line of the upper lip. The face was the face of a child who had been put in a basket, who had been left on a doorstep, who had been carried by an angry man at arm's length, who had been carried by a stranger across a road, who had been driven on a motorway for 40 minutes, and who had in all that not woken. The face was the face of a child who had been put under a charm that would let him sleep. She did not know the word charm yet. She knew the shape of what she was looking at. She knew the way she knew about the M3 engine she had opened the morning before. The body in front of her was not in the state a 15-month-old human body should be in at 6:30 on a cold morning after a night on a doorstep. The body in front of her was warm. The body had not in the night been wet through. The body had not in the night lost the heat through the skull that a 15-month-old loses through the skull on a cold November night. Something had been doing the work a coat and a hot water bottle could not have done. She let her finger come down, this time, an inch above the cut on the forehead. She let her finger find the precise place where the air, an inch above the skin, was a degree warmer than the air an inch above the rest of his face. There was a field around the cut. The field had a temperature. The field had, she felt with the back of her finger, a small soft pulse to it, slower than the heartbeat under the breastbone. She took her finger away, she tucked the blanket, she lifted the basket, she set it in the front passenger footwell. She fastened the lap belt across the basket's middle, she switched the dome light off, she started the engine, she put the Rover in first. She came out of the bay, she came up the slip road, she rejoined the M3. What changed? She had looked. She had seen. She had decided to keep looking. In the rear-view mirror the basket was no longer in the back seat, and the back seat was empty, and the back seat was wrong in its emptiness. She put the mirror an inch to the left to take the back seat out of the line of her sight. She drove. The motorway came at her in the second hour the way it had come at her in the first. The white lines went under the bonnet. The blue signs came at the screen and were passed. The rain had started outside Camberley as a fine mist on the screen and had become, by bagshot, the kind of rain that needed the wipers on intermittent. She did not put the radio on. She did not roll the window. She drove with her head turned by 1/2 degree toward the passenger footwell, because the 1/2 degree let her see the curve of the wicker handle in the periphery of her vision, and because the 1/2 degree allowed her to hear the breath above the engine and the wipers. The breath was steady. She drove. She came off the M3 at the junction for the M25 going west, and she came off the M25 at the junction for the M4 going west, and she came off the M4 at junction 4 for Heathrow because that was the junction she had decided, somewhere between the Cobham lay-by and the Sunbury interchange, was the junction she would take. The signs for Heathrow began to come up. She read them. She had read Heathrow signs on a March morning in 1968 when she had flown into Heathrow from Geneva with Carlisle on a private charter, on the second piece of false paperwork she had ever held, and she had stood at the foot of the Comet's air stair in a black coat with a black bag, and had been mistaken by the steward at the bottom of the stair for a film actress whose name he had not been able to remember. She remembered the steward. She remembered the bag. She remembered that the man at the desk at the private terminal had not asked the name on the false paperwork to match the name on the second false paperwork, because the difference between a private terminal and a public one was the question of what was asked. She was about to use the private terminal again. She would, in 70 minutes, use the private terminal again. She would use the private terminal because the private terminal was the terminal at which a woman with a basket would not be asked the names on the basket. She had not used the private terminal in 14 years. The man at the desk in 1968 would not still be the man at the desk in 1981. The desk would be the desk. She drove. The Heathrow signs went past. The slip road came up. In the passenger footwell, the heartbeat did not change. What changed? A destination had become a route. The route had a junction. The junction had a slip road. The slip road had, in 11 minutes' time, a private terminal at the end of it, and the private terminal had, in 70 minutes' time, a plane. Chapter 2, End Chapter 3. The compulsion and the drive to Heathrow. She came off the slip road at Junction 4. And did not take the perimeter road for the private terminal. She took the eastbound spur for the Bath Road and then, 2 roundabouts on, took a left into a lobby behind a little chef that had been built in 1968 and not been painted since. She killed the engine. She had decided at the Cobham Bay that there were 4 things she had to do before she would let the basket pass under the canopy of the private terminal. She had decided them in the order she would do them. She would read the letter. She would call Carlisle. She would buy what the baby needed. She would change the name on a piece of paper. She had also decided, sitting in the bay, that she would not let any of those 4 things take longer than a clock hour, because the longer she let any of them take, the more the lobby behind a little chef on the Bath Road would become a place where a woman with a basket on the front seat was a thing other drivers might remember. She lifted the basket out of the footwell and onto her own knee. The baby slept. The cut at the hairline did not bleed. The field above the cut had cooled by a degree since Cobham. The blanket was tucked the way she had tucked it. She took the envelope out of the inside pocket of the green coat. She put the envelope on the dashboard above the steering column. She drew her thumbnail under the wax. The wax came off the cream paper in a single piece, cleanly, the way good wax came off good paper when the seal had not been overpressed. The signet print of the wax remained in the wax. She set the seal on top of the envelope on the dashboard signet side up, where the orange flash of the street lamp could fall on it. She unfolded the letter. It was 4 pages. The hand was the same green ink copperplate. The signature at the foot of the 4th page said Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. The signature was the signature of a man who had never seen any reason to abbreviate his own name. She read. The letter said, in the 1st page, that she, or rather the people the envelope had been addressed to, who were not she, were now responsible for the boy. The letter said that the boy was the son of Lily Potter, née Evans, who was the sister of Petunia Dursley. The letter said that the parents of the boy had been killed on the previous evening by a dark wizard whose name the writer was unwilling to commit to a piece of paper. The letter said that the boy had, by some agency the writer did not understand and was unwilling to speculate about, survived. The letter said that there were charms upon the house at Privet Drive that would, if blood relatives took the boy in, protect the boy until he came of age. The letter said that these charms would not function if the blood relatives did not take the boy in. The letter said that the writer trusted the addressees would understand the gravity of the responsibility being placed in their hands and would, despite whatever private opinions they had had of the sister, do right by the son. The letter said the word wizard. The letter said the word charm. The letter said in the 3rd page that the boy was called Harry James Potter. The letter said in the 4th page, in a line that had been added in a different hand, in red ink, in a copper plate that was thinner and harder than the green hand of the body of the letter. He is the only one. He must live. She read the 4 pages twice. She read them slowly the second time because the first time she had read them at the speed at which a vampire reads, which was not the speed at which the meaning of the sentences set itself down on the surface of the mind. When she had read them, she folded the 4 pages back into the envelope. She put the envelope back into the inside pocket of the green coat. She put the seal into the outer pocket. She put the basket back onto the front passenger footwell. She fastened the lap belt. She started the engine. She drove 400 yards down the Bath Road, took a left at the lights at the 3 Magpies, found a Wimpy across from a garage, parked at the back of the Wimpy's lot, walked across to the garage's payphone, lifted the handset, fed in the change she had taken out of her coat pocket on the walk across, and dialed the number she had not dialed for 2 years. The number was the number of a line in a back room of the Cullen house that rang on no extension Esme was likely to answer first. Carlyle had insisted in 1972 that they have a line that did not, except in an emergency, ring where Esme could hear it, and Carlyle had paid the bill on it in cash, and the bill had been paid to a small accounting firm in Bellingham that asked no questions. Carlyle had not used the line to call Rosalie in 9 years. Rosalie had used the line to call Carlyle once in 1979 from a hospital in Boise. It rang twice. Yes. Carlyle. A beat. Rose. I need you to listen. I'm listening. I have a child. A second beat. You have a child. He's 15 months old. He was left on a doorstep in Surrey. I took him. Rose. He's the son of a witch and a wizard. They were killed last night by another wizard. The other wizard tried to kill the child and could not. The wizard's people put the child on the doorstep of his aunt and uncle. The uncle was about to put him in the bin. She heard Carlyle on the other end do the thing Carlyle did when a thing was being said to him that he had to make himself believe. The thing was a breath out. The thing was very brief. You took him. Yes. And the people who put him on the doorstep, they will not look for him here. They believe he is at the doorstep. They will look for him at the doorstep. They will go to the doorstep and find the uncle who took him in, and they will go away again. The uncle does not know what happened on his step this morning. I made him not know. Rose. Carlyle, I am bringing him home. The third beat, this one longer. She heard Carlyle move. She heard him pull a chair under himself. She heard the small click of a chair leg on the parquet of the back room. She heard him put his other hand on the arm of the chair. Tell me what you need. I am at a payphone in Harlington. I need 3 things. I need clearance into the private terminal at Heathrow for a charter I have not yet booked. I need a name on a piece of paper that will let me carry a child across an ocean. And I need Esme to know that she will, in 26 hours, be his grandmother. Carlyle was, for a long second, silent. You should call Esme, he said. I am calling you. I will call Esme. Thank you. The clearance. Call Halliday. Halliday is dead. Halliday has a son. The son works the same desk. He has been told the family takes priority. Call him. What is his number? He gave her the number. She wrote it on the green inside of her own forearm in the pen she had taken out of the glove box. She gave him back the number. He repeated it. The paper, Carlyle said. Will you do it in London or in Seattle? In London. I will not get him onto the plane on the U.S. side. I need a UK exit and a U.S. entry on the same set. Then Holland Park. Holland Park is 2 hours. Holland Park is 2 hours. Use Hounslow if Holland Park is too far. You remember the man in Hounslow. I remember him. He will not have a 15-month-old's birth certificate in stock. He will draw one. He will draw one if you pay him in dollars. I have dollars. Carlyle waited a second. She heard him put his head briefly into his other hand and lift it. Rose, he said, don't. Bring him home. I am bringing him home. Drive carefully. I am. She put the handset back on the cradle. She walked across the forecourt. She got into the Rover. She started the engine. She drove. The man in Hounslow worked above a Polish delicatessen on a side street off the high street. The man in Hounslow was, when she had last used him in 1973, 60. The man in Hounslow was now 68 and had not in 8 years painted the door above the deli. The bell beside the door said HALLPRINT in capitals worn down by thumbs. She did not ring, she pushed the door. The door was on the latch. She went up the dark wooden stair. At the top there was another door. She knocked it twice and twice again with the pause she had been told to use in 1971. The man opened. He looked at her. He did not smile. He did not by any movement of his shoulders indicate surprise. "Mrs. Cullen, Mr. Lewandowski, you have a child." "I do. Come in." She came in. The room had not changed. There was a desk that did not look like a desk. There was a cabinet that did not look like a cabinet. There was a Leica on a tripod in the corner. There was a brown paper background pinned to the wall behind the Leica. There was a kettle on a single hot plate in the alcove and a packet of biscuits. There was a window that looked at a brick wall. "Needs a passport," she said. "He needs a birth certificate and a passport." "Yes." "And the name?" "Harry James Cullen Hale." The man considered the name. He did not say Cullen Hale. He did not say Hale. He did not ask about the Cullen. He had been making documents for Rosalie Cullen's family for 31 years, and he knew the surnames the family used. Date of birth, July 31st, 1980. Place of birth, Forks, Washington. Mother, Rosalie Lillian Hale. Father, Emmett Dale McCarty Cullen. She had said the second name without a hesitation. She had not, since she had decided to take the boy off the man with the dressing gown, considered Emmett would not be the father of the boy. She had decided it without deciding it, the way she had decided that morning in the kitchen that she would leave for England. Photograph. She set the basket on the chair under the Leica. She tucked the blanket back from the boy's face. She did not wake him. The man squatted at the lens. He took 3 plates without flash. The third plate, he said, would be the one. He carried the plates to the cupboard at the back of the room, where there was a dark room she had never seen. He came back 10 minutes later with 3 small wet photographs and pegged them on a line above the sink. He sat down at the desk. He drew the birth certificate first, because the passport had to be made to match it. He used a Mont Blanc pen the color of the inside of a chestnut shell. He used the seal he kept under the floorboard. He used the date stamp that he kept in the locked drawer. He did the birth certificate in 14 minutes. He did the passport in 26. He set them side by side on the green blotter and put the photograph onto the passport with paste he warmed in a tin in his palm. He set the page on the steam tray for 40 seconds. He took it off. He pressed it. He looked up. "You want me to age the documents?" "Age them." He aged them. He rubbed the edges with a cloth that had been kept for the purpose. He pressed the spine of the passport open and closed it 100 times in 15 seconds. He folded the birth certificate twice and unfolded it. He set them down again. She paid him. She paid him in dollars from the second roll. She paid him a little more than he had asked, because he had not asked anything about the boy, and because he was 68, and because she did not, on the morning of the 4th of November, want to leave Hounslow without having given any person the benefit of an excess. "Mrs. Cullen," he said as she was at the door with the basket, "Mr. Lewandowski, he is a beautiful boy. He is." She went down the stair. She came out into the high street. The high street was beginning its morning. The shops were taking down the metal shutters. A bus passed at the lights. She did not, for the duration of the bus's passing, breathe. She went to a Boots. She bought in the Boots on Hounslow High Street a tin of Cow and Gate Stage 2 formula, a packet of plastic feeding bottles with caps, a 4-pack of cotton vests in size 12 to 18 months, a 4-pack of stretch suits in the same size, a packet of disposable nappies, a tube of nappy cream, a cotton hat with a brim, a knitted cardigan in cream wool, and a packet of plain water biscuits. She paid in cash. The girl at the till was 19 and had a paper crown of acne on her chin and asked Rosalie if she needed a bag. Rosalie said yes. The girl gave her a bag. Rosalie left. She bought at the newsagent next door an OS map of West London and the Heathrow approach because she wanted, even though she did not need, to see the precise lines she would drive between Hounslow and the private terminal. She walked back to the Rover. She set the bag on the passenger seat. She set the basket on her own lap. She opened the tin of formula. She mixed a feed with the water from the bottle she had taken out of the green coat's outer pocket, which she had filled from the kettle in Lewandowski's room while he had been at the darkroom. She tested the temperature on the inside of her own wrist, where the temperature meant something to her even though she did not have one. She held the bottle to the boy's mouth. He did not at first wake. She pressed the soft rubber teat against his lower lip. The teat dragged. She let it sit. She did not press. She waited. He turned his head a fraction of an inch. His lips parted. He took the teat. He took it the way an infant takes a teat that has been held to a sleeping mouth. He took it slowly. He took it with the small frown a baby makes when it is being given a thing in its sleep. He took it for the duration of 3 swallows, and on the 4th swallow he stopped, and his eyelids lifted by a fraction. She held still. She did not, in that second, look at his eyes. She looked at the side of his face. She let him decide whether to wake. He did not wake. He shut the eyelids again. He drew on the teat for 9 more swallows. He stopped of his own accord. She drew the teat away. She tilted him by 10 degrees. She held him at the angle a person had to hold a baby at to bring up the air. She waited. He brought up the air. He fell back into the basket as if the basket were a place that had been agreeing with him for 15 months. What changed? He had eaten. She wiped the corner of his mouth with a cotton vest she had taken from the 4-pack. She tucked the blanket. She set the basket back on the front passenger footwell. She started the engine. She drove. Halliday's son was 32 years old. He had his father's nose and his mother's eyes. He was at the desk of Westmoreland Charter when Rosalie came through the smoked glass door of the private terminal at 22 minutes past 8. He looked up. He did not look surprised. He had been told, by Carlyle, in a phone call timed by the satellite atomic clock of the Cullen backroom line, to land on his switchboard 1 minute and 12 seconds before her car came through the gate, that a woman in a green coat with a child would be coming to his desk and would be paying in cash and would not be answering questions about the name in the passport. He had been told by his father, who was indeed not dead but in Lyme Regis with arthritis, that the woman in the green coat had paid for his father's house. He stood up when she came to the desk. "Mrs. Cullen Hale, Mr. Halliday, we have you on the Falcon to Seattle, departing at 09:15, refueling in Goose Bay. There is no second passenger. The crew is 2. The captain is Captain Whitlock. The first officer is Mr. Greer. You will be alone in the cabin with the child. Thank you. There is a cot fitted to the bulkhead behind seat 1. There is a kettle. There is a hot plate. There is a packet of nappies in the cabin galley. There is a small refrigerator with fresh milk. There is a stewardess, if you want her, who will travel in the jump seat and not enter the cabin." "I do not want her." "Very good. What is the fee?" He named the fee. She paid the fee. She paid it in dollars from the second roll. She paid him a little more than the fee because the fee had been less than the fee she had been expecting, and because the man at the desk had given her in that the courtesy of his father. "There will be customs," he said. "I know. They will not, if I have spoken to them, look in the basket. I would prefer that they not look. They will not. Thank you, Mrs. Cullen Hale. Yes, my father sends his regards. Send him mine." She crossed the small lounge to the door at the back that opened on to the apron. The customs officer was at a small lectern at the door. He was about 40. He had a mustache. He looked at her passport. He looked at the boy's passport. He looked at the boy. He did not look in the basket. He did not, by any movement of his face, indicate that the documents he was looking at were documents he had reason to question. He stamped the boy's passport on the page after the page he should have stamped, which was the courtesy a customs officer paid to a passport that was about to begin its life, so that the page that should have been stamped was kept clean for a real entry stamp at a later date. Mrs. Cullen Hale. Yes, he is a beautiful boy. He is. The falcon was at the apron. The falcon was small. The falcon was white with a dark blue stripe along the body. The falcon's air stair was down. She took the air stair with the basket in her right hand and the bag from the boots in her left, and at the top she stepped into a cabin that was the size of a long bathroom and was furnished with 4 leather seats and a cot in a bracket on the bulkhead. The cot was a hospital cot. The cot had a foam mattress. She set the basket on the cot. She fastened the small belts. She took her own seat at the forward end. She buckled in. The air stair drew up. The door closed. The captain came through from the cockpit, saw her, nodded, said Mrs. Cullen Hale, "We are clear in 9 minutes," and went back through the curtain. She put her hand on the rim of the cot. What changed? She was on a plane out of England with a child she had taken at a gate in Surrey and a name in a passport that had been made in Hounslow, and a man at a desk had stamped a page that should not have been stamped, and the door at the front of the cabin had closed behind her with the soft hush of a door that locked from the cockpit side. The falcon ran up its engines. The falcon released the brakes. The falcon took the apron, took the taxiway, took the runway. The falcon lifted. The cabin tilted by 12 degrees. The child in the basket on the cot, who had not woken at the engines, woke at the climb. He did not, when he woke, cry at once. He looked up. He looked, in the time it took her to come out of her seat and across to the cot, at the ceiling of the cabin and at the line where the ceiling met the wall. He looked at her face when her face came over the rim of the cot. He looked at her face for the time it takes a 15-month-old to decide whether the face it is being shown belongs to a person it is willing to trust on no evidence. He decided. He did not cry. He put his right fist back at his mouth. He kept his left fist at his side. He held her eyes for the duration of 3 of his own breaths. He shut his eyes. She put her hand into the cot. She let her hand rest on the blanket above his chest. She felt the heart go on beating the way it had been beating in the basket on Privet Drive, in the basket in the Cobham Lobby, in the basket on the floor of Mr. Lewandowski's office above the deli, in the basket in the Rover at the back of the Boots car park. She did not, for 10 minutes, take her hand off the blanket. When she did take it off, it was because she had felt his hand come up under the blanket and meet hers, palm up, the way a child reaches in sleep for a thing that is not there, and her hand, which was harder than tool steel, had folded over his without crushing the bones of it. What changed? He had touched her. The falcon climbed to 36,000 feet. The falcon turned northwest over the Bristol Channel. The falcon went out over the sea. The Atlantic, for the 3rd time in 2 days, slid under her, and she sat by the cot of a child who was not hers in any way the law of any country she had ever lived in would have recognized. And she said the name again, in her own mouth, Harry, and she watched him sleep. In the middle of the dark, 2 hours short of the Goose Bay turn, he woke for the 2nd time. She had a bottle ready. She fed him. He took the whole bottle. He brought the air up against her shoulder. He fell back to sleep on her shoulder and did not, this time, transfer back to the cot, because she did not transfer him back to the cot, because her shoulder had become, in the half-second between his cheek touching it and his breath settling against the seam of the green coat, a place she did not have it in her to take him from. She sat by the bulkhead with the boy on her shoulder for 4 hours. She did not move. She did not put him down. She did not, for those 4 hours, let her own jaw out of its set. Goose Bay was 40 minutes on the apron. The falcon refueled. The crew did not come back through the curtain. The boy did not, this time, wake. The falcon lifted again. The falcon turned west by south. The Falcon went on across Canada. She watched the dark of the Hudson Bay through the small oval of her own window. The dark did not change. The clock on the bulkhead said, in green digits, the hour she had been at 4 hours and the hour she would be at in 3 more. She did not, in the 3 more, let him down off her shoulder. What changed? The second crossing of an ocean. The second crossing was different from the first, because on the second crossing there were 2 of them. The Falcon began to descend over Vancouver Island. The boy slept against the green coat. The captain spoke through the small intercom and said, in the precise voice of a man who had been told not to say more than what the time required, "Mrs. Cullen Hale, we are at Seattle in 41 minutes. She thanked him through the same intercom. She watched the cabin's cot rail come down a degree as the nose dropped. She watched the seatbelt sign come on. She put on her own belt. She put the boy back into the cot for the landing. He did not wake. The captain set the seatbelt sign off when they were level. The cabin pressurized fully. The small whine in the bulkhead at her shoulder settled into the steady whine she had heard on every private jet she had taken since 1965. She did not move from the side of the cot for the first 48 minutes. She moved then because she had thought of a thing she had not yet done, which was to look at the page of Moon Tiger the older woman in seat 2B had been holding to her chest the night before. She did not have the book. She had left the book on the seat at SeaTac. She did not, in the cabin of the Falcon, miss the book. She missed the act of having put the book under her own seat. She had been a person who had put a book under her own seat on a transatlantic flight, and she was now a person who would not put a book under her own seat on a transatlantic flight, because there was a cot in front of her, and the cot was the thing she was reading. She thought, in the second hour, of Esme. She thought of Esme without permission. She had not, in the kitchen at Forks 2 days before, considered the question of Esme. She had considered Carlyle because Carlyle had been at the breakfast bar. She had considered Emmett because Emmett had been in the garage. She had considered Edward and Alice and Jasper because they had been, in her peripheral mental field, the people the house contained at any given hour. She had not considered Esme because Esme had been, for the 2 days, the woman who had laid a palm on her cheek and said, "Take the green coat." And what Esme had said had been so close to the bone of what was happening that Rosalie had not let herself look at it directly. She let herself look at it now, in the cabin of the Falcon, with the boy on her shoulder. Esme had had a son. Esme had had a son who had died in his 2nd week of life in 1921. Esme had jumped from a cliff 3 days after the burial. Esme had been turned by Carlyle in the mortuary at St. Joseph in Columbus, where Carlyle had been the resident on call. Esme had not, in 60 years, had a child. Esme had baked, in November, for the volunteer fire department of Forks. Esme had bought the leather grip for Rosalie in 1948 from the shop on Oxford Street, after a long afternoon in which Rosalie had not been able to look at a pram in a window without leaving the shop she was in. Esme had said, "Take the green coat" this morning because Esme had known, for 50 years, that the green coat was the coat Rosalie wore when the world had gone hard against her, and she was going to do a thing she had decided she had to do. She thought in the 3rd hour of what Esme would do at the door. She did not know. She thought of 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that Esme would weep. The second possibility was that Esme would take the basket from her and not, for a long minute, give it back. The third possibility was that Esme would look at Rosalie's face and say, "Where do we begin?" And Esme would mean it as a sentence with no second sentence after it, no question of permission, no question of whether the family had agreed, only the sentence that began the rest of the years she had had to wait to begin. The third possibility was the one she let herself want. The 4th hour, she did not think. The 4th hour, the boy on her shoulder sighed, and she leaned her cheek against the top of his head and let her cheek be the thing she was paying attention to. At Goose Bay, the Falcon sat for 40 minutes at the apron. The crew got out of the cockpit and stood at the foot of the air stair smoking. The cabin was quiet. The lights had gone down. She held the boy and did not, for the 40 minutes, take her cheek off his head. The captain came back up the air stair, looked through the gap of the curtain, saw her, did not speak, withdrew, and a moment later the engine started again, and the cabin came back up to pressure. She thought, before the wheels left the runway at Goose Bay, of the letter under her coat. She thought of the line in the second hand, in red, at the foot of the 4th page. He must live. She thought of what those 3 words committed her to. She thought of them as a sentence in the imperative, addressed not to her but past her into the next 18 years. She thought of the next 18 years. The next 18 years would have a structure. The next 18 years would have a perimeter. The next 18 years would have a list of things that did not yet exist that she would, between now and the morning of the boy's 19th birthday, bring into existence. She did not, on the Falcon, draft the list. She did not need to draft the list. The list would draft itself, the way a plan a careful person had not yet written drafted itself. The Falcon climbed off Goose Bay. The Falcon turned west. The Atlantic behind her became the continent in front of her. She watched the small green digits of the clock on the bulkhead change. She slept for the first time in 53 years for the duration of 9 seconds. She did not, when she opened her eyes, know that she had slept. She knew only that she had been holding the boy with both arms, and her right arm had let go for the duration of one of his breaths, and the left arm had kept holding, and her right arm had come back. She did not name the 9 seconds. She did not, at 35,000 feet above Labrador, have the spare hand to name it. She put both arms back around him. She thought of Emmett. She thought of Emmett in the garage with his hand on the rocker arm, listening through 3 walls of cedar. She thought of Emmett at the door of the white house at the end of a road that was now 11 hours away, hearing the tires on the gravel before the headlamps came round the bend. She thought of what she would say to Emmett at the door. She did not, for the duration of an hour, decide. She decided when she decided in 3 words: he is ours. She had been afraid Emmett would say something other than that. She had been afraid Emmett would say, "You took someone's baby," or "Rose, what have you done?" or "We need to take him back." She had been afraid Emmett would say a thing in the voice of a husband who had been waiting for 15 years for a chance to be the reasonable one, and would, this morning, take it. She decided she would not let him take it. She decided she would, if Emmett spoke first, speak over him. She decided she would say, "He is mine," even though she meant "he is ours." She decided she would say the wrong word in order to make him say the right one. What changed? She had decided what she would say at the door, and the deciding made the next 4 hours of the flight a thing she could survive. The Falcon began the long descent over the Olympic Peninsula in the last hour. The lights of Aberdeen came up to the south. The lights of Port Angels came up to the north. The water of Puget Sound was, below the wing, a dark mirror with a few small lights of ships on it. She watched the lights of ships through the oval. She felt the cabin tilt by 3 degrees. She felt the gear come down. She did not, in the last 10 minutes, put the boy back into the cot. She held him on her shoulder all the way to the threshold of the runway, with the seat belt across her own waist and not across his, because she did not believe a strap could do for him what her arm could do. The Falcon touched at Boeing Field. The captain taxied to the south hangar. The air stair came down. She held the boy through the door, through the threshold of the cabin, through the cold metal of the air stair, through the open hangar to the open boot of the Lincoln. She put him into the basket. She buckled the basket. She did not, for the first 60 seconds in the car, put the key in the ignition. She sat with her hand on the rim of the basket and listened to his breathing. And the breathing, which had been the breathing of a sleeping infant for 11 hours and 43 minutes, was still the breathing of a sleeping infant. She started the engine. She drove. The captain set the Falcon down on the runway at Boeing Field at 22 minutes past 1 in the afternoon Pacific Time on the 4th of November, 1981, and the wheels touched without a bump, and the airstair came down at the small private hangar at the south end of the field, and Rosalie Cullen, who had left Forks 2 days earlier as a woman who could not be a mother, who had picked up a basket at a gate in Surrey at 5:30 in the morning, who had taken him through Hounslow and the private terminal and the night air of the Atlantic, stepped down onto the apron with a basket in one hand and a boots bag in the other. The hangar was empty. The black Lincoln she had asked Halliday's son to have at the apron was at the open hangar door with the boot already open. She set the basket and the bag in the back seat. She buckled the basket in. She got in. She drove out. She took the airport spur. She took the I-5 north. She took the route she had taken 100 times in 20 years. She did not, for 90 minutes, listen to the radio. She listened to the heartbeat in the back seat. She came off the I-5 at the exit for the 101. She took the 101 west. She crossed the Hood Canal Bridge a second time on a day that had begun 3,000 miles east of her, on a doorstep in Surrey, in the dark before dawn. The water under the bridge was now the color of the sky above it. The mountains were gray. The first turning into the trees was the turning at Brennan. She did not take Brennan. She took the long way. She wanted, before she came down the drive of the White House in the wood, to come at it through the place she had always come at it through, which was the bend at Lake Crescent that she had driven the first time in 1948 and could drive without her hands. The bend at Lake Crescent was the bend at Lake Crescent. The water was steel and the firs were black. She came down the long curve at 50. She came up the hill at the foot of the lake. She came onto the road that ran into Forks. She drove through Forks. She turned at the unmarked road 3 miles past the high school. She took the dirt for 2 miles. She took the wood for 1. She came round the last bend. The White House in the wood was a glass box with no lights on. She stopped at the foot of the drive. She did not at first get out. She sat in the Lincoln with her hands on the wheel and she listened to the heartbeat. The heartbeat was still 48. The heartbeat was steady. She got out. She lifted the basket out of the back seat. She lifted the boots bag. She walked, with the basket against her ribs and the bag in her left hand, across the gravel of the drive to the foot of the cedar steps of the Cullen house. What changed? She crossed the threshold of the wood, and the threshold of the wood was the last threshold she would cross alone in this story. Chapter 3. In Chapter 4. The Cullen house surprised. The White House in the wood had its lights off. It had its lights off because the family did not use lights at night unless humans were on the property. It had its lights off at 3:15 on the afternoon of November the 4th, because the November sun in Forks had not got high enough to push past the firs at the edge of the clearing, and the inside of the house was the dimness vampires kept the inside of a house at when they were the only people in it. The door was, however, open. The door was open by an inch. The inch was the inch a door is set to be at when a person inside has heard the tires on the gravel from 1,000 yards out and has come into the front hall and has put a hand on the inner knob and is waiting on the other side of the wood. Emmett was the person on the other side of the wood. Rosalie had known he would be. She had known he would be from the moment she had come round the last bend at Lake Crescent 3 hours before, and had felt across the air of the peninsula the small, precise pull of his attention on her car. She had known he had heard her start the Lincoln at Boeing Field. She had known he had been waiting in the front hall since the call from Carlisle, 11 hours and 43 minutes ago, with his hand on the inner knob. She came up the cedar steps, the basket against her ribs, the boots bag in her left hand, the boy on the inside of her arm, with the lightness an infant has when an infant is held by a person whose arms have been waiting their whole life for an infant of that lightness. The door came open the rest of the way. Emmett stood in the inside of the door. He had not, in the 11 hours, changed his shirt. He was in the flannel he had been wearing in the garage. The cuff of the flannel had a small fleck of mud at the wrist that he had not, in the 11 hours, brushed off. His feet were bare. His hair, which he kept short, had been pulled at by his own hand at the back of his head, where the hair had begun to stand against the grain. His eyes were gold. His eyes were the deep gold of a man who had hunted hard at midnight and had eaten well, and had been at home in the family house for 11 hours waiting with the patience he had learned over 90 years of being married to a woman who, when she went, made him wait. He looked at her. He looked at the basket. He looked at the basket for the time it takes a man to register that the thing his wife is carrying is a child, and then the time it takes him to register that the child she is carrying is a child she has not put down for 1,000 miles, and then the time it takes him to register that the woman his wife has become in 3 days is the woman he had been married to for 50 years and had not, in those years, ever quite been able to see. He stepped aside. He did not say, "Rose." He did not say, "What is that?" He did not say, "Whose baby?" He stepped aside. She came in. She came through the door of the White House in the wood with a basket and a boots bag. On the 4th of November 1981, at 22 minutes past 3 in the afternoon Pacific time, and the door shut behind her with the soft hush of a door that closed on a household that had not been the household it would be on the other side of that close. The front hall smelled of cedar and of Esme's beeswax. The runner on the hall floor was the dark red runner that had been there since 1973. The umbrella stand was empty. She turned. She looked at Emmett. She had drafted over the 4 hours from Goose Bay the 3 words she would say at the door. The 3 words came out in her own voice with the precise weight she had decided. "He is mine." She watched Emmett hear them. She watched him hear that she had said the wrong word on purpose. She watched the wrong word land in him. She watched him not flinch. She watched him, instead, reach for the basket. He did not reach for the basket the way a man reaches for a thing he is going to take. He reached for the basket the way a man reaches for a thing he is going to support. He put one hand under the rim of the basket beside her hand. He put the other hand to the small of her back, the place his hand had been at the wedding in 1956, and he held it there. He looked at her face. "He is ours." He said it the way she had prayed he would say it. He said it without weight. He said it without ceremony. He said it as if she had asked him a question to which the answer had been obvious in the silence before she asked it. She did not, in the front hall of the White House in the wood, weep. She could not weep. She had not been able to weep for 50 years. The body of weeping was in her anyway. The body of weeping was in her shoulders. The body of weeping was in her jaw. Emmett, with his hand at the small of her back and his other hand under the rim of the basket, felt it. He did not say anything about it. He let it pass through her. What changed? The wrong word had brought out the right word. The marriage that had cracked in the garage 2 days before had been the marriage that, at the gate of a brick house in Surrey at dawn, had let her go far enough out of it to find a basket on a doorstep, and the marriage that, on the cedar threshold of the White House in the wood, took the basket from her hand and made it the basket of 2 people. She turned. He turned with her. The front hall opened into the great room. The family was in the great room. They had not, by the standards of human ceremony, been arranged. They had been in the room the way the family was in any room of the White House in the wood when something was about to happen. Carlyle at the bay window with his hand on the back of the wing chair. Esme at the foot of the staircase with both hands on the newel post. Edward at the piano bench with the lid down. Alice on the arm of the couch with her feet tucked under her. Jasper at the door of the kitchen with his shoulder against the jamb. They had not been speaking when she came through the hall. They had been listening to her tires on the gravel, and then when the tires had stopped, to the boots on the cedar and the door coming open and the silence Emmett had let his 3 words come out of. She came into the room with Emmett's hand at her back and his other hand under the basket. She stopped in the middle of the room. She looked at them. Carlyle did not move from the wing chair. He did, however, take his hand off the back of it. He came around the chair. He came to the middle of the room. He did not, until he was 3 feet from her, look at the basket. He looked at her face. He looked at her face the way he had looked at it that morning in the kitchen without seeming to look at it, and he saw what he had to see, and he then let himself look at the basket. He did not, when he looked at the basket, take the basket from her. He did not put his hand on the basket. He looked at it. He looked at the boy. He looked at the shape of the cut on the forehead. He looked at the cut for the duration of one of Esme's held breaths. He looked back at Rosalie. He is asleep. Yes. He has fed, twice, his name, Harry James, and our name, Cullen Hale. Carlyle nodded the nod he had nodded in the kitchen. Then he is Harry James Cullen Hale. He said it the way a man with 3.5 centuries says a name at the moment the name is being made the name of a member of his family. He said it without weight. He said it as if he had been saying it for 15 months. He said it as a sentence with no second sentence after it. He said it the way Esme would have said, "Where do we begin?" Esme had not, in those minutes, moved from the foot of the staircase. She moved now. She came across the runner of the great room with both hands at her sides. She came to within an arm's length of Rosalie. She stopped. She did not at first reach for the basket. She did not at first reach for Rosalie. She looked at Rosalie's face for the time it takes a woman who has been waiting 50 years to look at a face she has been waiting to see. Her eyes did the thing eyes do when a vampire weeps. They glittered with a sheen of pearl that did not become tears, that did not run, that did not on her cheek fall. Her shoulders went up by 1/2 inch. Her mouth opened. She did not in the opening speak. She closed it. She opened it. She closed it. She put one hand to Rosalie's cheek. "My daughter." She had not in 50 years called Rosalie my daughter. She had called Rosalie Rosalie. She had called Rosalie Rose. She had once, on a Christmas Eve in 1958, called Rosalie the most stubborn woman in the house. She had not called her my daughter, because the word daughter had been a word neither of them had let themselves use, because the word daughter had implied a thing that the household, by its own quiet agreement, did not contain. The household contained it now. Esme took the basket. She did not take it from Rosalie's arm. She took it with the same gesture Emmett had used. Her other hand had gone while she was speaking to Rosalie's back, at the same place Emmett's hand had been, and now she stood with one hand on her daughter's back and the other under the rim of the basket and looked down into it. She did not, for the duration of a long moment, breathe. She looked at the boy's face. She looked at the thatch of black hair. She looked at the lashes. She looked at the cut. "Carlyle," she said. Carlyle came over. He bent at the knee at the side of the basket. He put 2 fingers an inch from the cut. He felt what Rosalie had felt at Cobham. He took the fingers away. He looked at Esme. "It is a charm," he said. He had used a word he had not had in his mouth since 1910. He had used it because he had recognized it. He had recognized it because he had, in 1910, been a houseguest of a wizard family in Vienna for the duration of 2 evenings, in a circumstance neither he nor the family ever afterward spoke about. And he had seen, in the corner of a child's nursery in that house, a sleeping infant with the same field above the same kind of mark. "What kind of charm?" Esme said. "A protection." "Is it permanent?" "It is permanent. Then it stays." "Then it stays." Esme straightened. She held the basket against her own ribs the way Rosalie had held it. She let her hand on Rosalie's back tighten by an ounce. What changed? The matriarch had taken the child. The household, in taking him, had remade itself in the half-second she had reached. Edward had not, since they had come in, lifted the lid of the piano. He was still on the bench. He had his hands on his thighs. He was looking at Rosalie's face. He was not, in the way Edward read, looking at her thoughts. He was looking at the thoughts she had decided to let come to the surface. He stood up. He came over. He did not, like Carlyle, look at the basket. He looked at Rosalie. "Rose," he said. "Edward, I was wrong." She did not, at first, understand what he was apologizing for. She did not look at him. She looked at the place above his left shoulder where his apology was hanging. Then she understood. She understood that he had, somewhere in the last 50 years, decided that her grief about the children she had not had was a grief that did not belong to her, because she was a vampire and vampires were not the agents of children, and that she had made a thing of it that was disproportionate. She understood that Edward had carried this judgment quietly, because Edward carried his judgments quietly, and that the judgment had been the small, cold, underwater rock that her marriage to Emmett had been swimming around for a long time. She understood that Edward, in saying I was wrong, was apologizing for the rock. "It's all right," she said. It was not all right. She said it anyway because she would, in the long run, need Edward. He nodded. He did not as Edward often nod. He went back to the piano. He lifted the lid. He did not play. He sat with his hand on the closed cover of the keys. Alice had come off the arm of the couch as soon as Rosalie had come into the room. She had not, however, crossed to the basket. She had stood in the middle of the rug, with her hands clasped against her ribs, and her eyes the cloudy gold they went, when she was holding the breath of a vision in her chest. She had had the vision in the morning. She had had the vision before the call from Carlyle had come down the line. She had had the vision in 3 sequences: a basket on a doorstep, a woman in a green coat at a gate, a falcon over Hudson Bay, and she had not, in any of the 3 sequences, seen what she had seen on the second pass, which had come to her at 2 in the afternoon Pacific time, and which had shown her a boy of 17 at a gate in the dark with his wand in his right hand and a green light dying in his left palm. She had not told Carlyle the second pass. She told Rosalie now in her own way, by crossing the rug and laying both palms on Rosalie's cheeks the way her own husband had laid one palm on her cheek the morning of her own change. She held the hands there. She did not, by the small gift of restraint she had as a seer, transmit the image. She gave Rosalie, by the contact of the palms, the assurance that the future of the boy in the basket extended, with violence and with light, into the place where a future was a thing he could still occupy. "He'll be all right, Rose. You've seen it. I've seen enough. Tell me later." "I will." Alice took her hands away. She went and stood by Esme. She did not, in standing by Esme, reach into the basket. She put her own hand on Esme's elbow. She let Esme be the one with the basket. Jasper, at the door of the kitchen, had not moved. He had his shoulder against the jamb. He had his hands in the pockets of his jeans. He was the brother of the family who had grown up on a battlefield and who carried, into the great room of the White House in the wood, the constant low frequency of the war he had been in for 40 years before he had come into Alice's company. He was reading the room. He was reading the room the way he always read the room, by the gift Carlyle had named for him the year he had come to the family, empathy at the level of physiology, the ability to feel what every body in a room was feeling, and when he chose, to push a little weight from one body into another to even out the field. He pushed nothing. He did not need to. The room was all ready, by Esme's standing and Carlyle's nod and Emmett's hand at his wife's back, and Alice's palms on her cheeks and Edward's silence at the piano. A room where the field was even. He nodded once at Rosalie, the small nod of a brother who had decided to be a brother to the new member of the family, and was, in the nod, also being a brother to the woman who had brought the new member home. "Welcome home, Rose," he said. "Thank you, Jasper." What changed? The family had assembled around the child without being asked to assemble. The family was, by the unspoken arrangement of its bodies in the great room, no longer the family it had been when she had walked out of the kitchen 2 days before. It was, now, a family with a child. Carlyle came back to the middle of the room. He laid his hand on the wing chair again. He did not sit. "We have logistics," he said. "Do," Rosalie said. "His paperwork. He has a birth certificate. He has a passport. He is, in U.S. law, Harry James Cullen Hale, born to Rosalie Lillian Hale and Emmett Dale McCarty in Forks, Washington, on the 31st of July, 1980. Emmett's hand at her back did the small thing that was, in the language of his hand, a held breath. There will be a record in Surrey of the child not being where he was put, Carlyle said. Yes. They will look. They will look at the doorstep. They will look for him after. They will find no record. The uncle does not remember. Carlyle considered this. He had been turning, in his own mind, the question of how the wizarding world would respond to the disappearance of the boy from the doorstep. And he had been considering, because Carlyle considered everything, the question of whether the family, in keeping the boy, was setting itself in opposition to a wizarding body of which it knew nothing. He had decided on the answer to that question, the same answer he had decided in 1844 in the matter of the woman Esme would, 80 years later, become. He had decided that the family did what it was given to do, and what was given to it now was a basket and the child in it, and the wizarding body, if it was a body, would have to come to the family for the child it had put in the bin. "We need a contact," he said, "in the wizarding world." "Yes. I know a man," Esme said. They turned to her. Esme had not, in any year of her marriage, mentioned a wizard. The household had not, in any year of its existence, mentioned a wizard. The household had, in 1925, encountered one, a witch of the New Orleans bayou, whose territory the family had been crossing on a hunting trip. And the witch had told them, in a back room of a roadhouse outside Slidell, the names of 3 living people who could be contacted if a vampire family ever needed a thing from the wizarding world, without the wizarding world needing to be told about the vampire family. Esme had written the names down on a card the size of a calling card. Esme had put the card in a tea caddy in the back of the pantry. Esme had not, in 56 years, opened the tea caddy. She opened it now. She left the basket briefly on the seat of the wing chair and went through to the pantry and came back with the card. The card had 3 names on it. 2 of them had been crossed out in pencil at some date Esme could not remember. The 3rd name, in faded blue ink, had a small cross beside it that Esme had drawn the morning Carlyle had said the household should keep a wizarding contact even if the household did not need one. The name was Aberforth Dumbledore. The address was a bar in the village of Hogsmeade, Scotland. Aberforth, Carlyle said. Yes. Is he the brother? He is. Of the man who wrote the letter? Yes. Carlyle considered this. He weighed for a quarter of a second the question of whether the family, in approaching a man who was the brother of the man who had put the child on the step, would be approaching the wrong person. He weighed it against the question of whether the family, in approaching anyone else, would be approaching a stranger. "We will call him," he said. "I will," Esme said. "You will need a telephone in a bar in Scotland." "Aberforth has one. The witch in Slidell said he had one. He keeps it in the back room with the goat. He is one of the few wizards who has one. Then you will call him. Tonight. Tonight." What changed? A number on a card in a tea caddy in a pantry in Forks, Washington, had become the number that Esme was that evening going to dial. The household, which had not for 56 years known whom to call, now knew. The basket was, by this point, back in Esme's arms. The basket had moved twice across the room without the boy waking. The boy was, in his second time, being held by Esme, in a position Esme had laid him in by the small adjustment Esme made to the position of any child in a basket she was holding, in which the head was a degree higher than the feet, and the hand was free of the blanket on the side closest to her ribs. He woke. He did not, when he woke, cry. He opened his eyes. He looked up. He looked, in the better light of the great room of the white house in the wood, into the face of the woman who had taken him from his mother. He did not, because he was 15 months old, know that the face he was looking at was the face of a woman who had spent 60 years not being a mother. He did not, because he was 15 months old, Know that the face he was looking at was the face that would, in the next 18 years, be the second face he would call by the name his birth mother had had. He held her eyes. He held them. He held them for the duration of 3 of his own breaths. He smiled. The smile of a 15-month-old at a face the 15-month-old has not yet decided to trust is a smile that is offered as an experiment. The smile of a 15-month-old at a face the 15-month-old has decided to trust is a smile that is offered as a gift. Harry James Cullen Hale offered Esme Cullen a gift. Esme did not, with her face, fall to pieces. She let the smile come to her. She let it land. She let her own mouth do the small, open-cornered thing her mouth did. When she had been given a thing she had not allowed herself to ask for, she bent her face to his and let her forehead touch his forehead above the cut lightly, without pressing on the field. And the boy in the basket put up his free hand and laid the back of his fingers against her cheek for a quarter of a second, and pulled the hand back. What changed? The family had been chosen by the child, and the child had been chosen by the family, and the room, in the small dim afternoon of the 4th of November in a white house in a wood in Washington state, had become the room in which a family of 7 sat down for the first time as a family of 7 plus 1. Rosalie did not, for the rest of the afternoon, take her eyes off him. Emmett did not, for the rest of the afternoon, take his hand off Rosalie's back. Esme did not, for the rest of the afternoon, put the basket down. Carlyle went into the back room and dialed the number from the card. Aberforth Dumbledore answered on the 3rd ring, in a voice Carlyle had not heard before but which Carlyle recognized in the cadence as the voice of a brother to the man who had signed the letter. Carlyle spoke for 9 minutes. He came back into the great room. He looked at Esme. He looked at Rosalie. "He says he will come," Carlyle said, "to Forks. To Forks. He says he will arrive in the morning. He says he will not bring his brother. He says we may, in the meantime, keep the boy where he is." "How does he know where he is?" Rosalie said. "He does not. I told him." Carlyle had told him. Carlyle had told him in the way Carlyle told everything, completely. Carlyle had said, "We have him, and we will not give him back to your brother, and we will not give him back to the doorstep, and we will give you, when you come, the same hospitality we have given the men who have come to us before in a circumstance for which there is no precedent." Aberforth had, on the other end, made a sound like a slow exhalation, and had said, "I will come." Carlyle had also said, "We are not your kind." Aberforth had said, "I know what you are. I was in Vienna in 1910 with a man you stayed with. I have known what you are for 71 years. I do not give a damn what you are. The boy belongs to whoever is feeding him." Carlyle had not, in the great room, repeated this last sentence. Carlyle had only said he will come and he will arrive in the morning. Rosalie heard the rest in the tilt of Carlyle's chin and in the small fold at the corner of Esme's mouth. What changed? The wizarding world had been contacted. The wizarding world had said yes. The household had, by the small precise gift of 1 card in 1 tin in 1 pantry in 1 house in Washington, slipped out of the bin of the man on the doorstep, and into a story whose next page it was not the man on the doorstep who would write. That night the family did not hunt. That night the family did not, after sunset, stand on the porch in the cold to wait for the moon to come up over the trees. That night the family sat in the great room around a basket on the seat of a wing chair, and Esme baked, in the kitchen, biscuits she would feed in the morning to a wizard with a goat at the back of a bar in Scotland. And Rosalie sat in the wing chair beside the basket with one hand on the rim and her cheek against the high back of the chair and her eyes on the boy. She did not, that night, take her hand off the rim. At 3 in the morning Emmett came and stood at the back of the chair. He did not, this time, put his hand at her back. He put his hand on the back of the chair, on the wood above her shoulder, and the hand was the hand of a husband saying, "I am here," and asking nothing of her. She did not look up. She put her hand on the back of his hand for a quarter of a second. She put her hand back on the rim of the basket. At 5 in the morning, the boy opened his eyes again. She had a bottle ready. He took the bottle. He looked at her over the rim of the bottle, the way he had looked at her over the rim of the cot in the Falcon 11 hours before, in the same considering way, with the small, precise frown of a child deciding whether the face it was being given the bottle by was a face it would, in the long run, let feed it. He decided. He drew on the teat. He drew on it for the duration of 15 swallows. He let her wipe the corner of his mouth with the edge of her own sleeve. He let her settle him against her shoulder. He let her put her cheek against the top of his head and her hand against the curve of his back. What changed? At dawn on the 5th of November, with the porch light off and the great room in the dim morning of the white house in the wood, Harry James Cullen Hale, 15 months old, found his mother's face for the second time and decided to keep it. Aberforth Dumbledore arrived at the White House in the wood at 9:06 on the morning of the 5th of November, in a manner that did not involve a car coming up the drive. He arrived on the porch. He arrived on the porch in the absolute lack of fanfare that vampires of the Cullen household had been told, by the witch in Slidell in 1925, to expect from wizards of his particular kind. There was no crack of sound. There was no displacement of air. There was, between the second before he was there and the second after, a small difference in the angle of the porch boards under his weight, and that was all. Carlyle had opened the door before he had knocked. The two men looked at each other through the threshold, for the duration of 3 of Esme's held breaths. Aberforth was 60-odd by mortal counting and considerably older by his own, with gray hair gone to silver at the temples, with a beard that had been combed by a fork, with eyes the same Dumbledore blue that the letter had been written in, with a coat of brown homespun that had a button missing on the left cuff, with the smell of goat on him from the lane behind the Hog's Head, with a small carpet bag in his right hand, and a long, crooked walking stick in his left that was not, by any reasonable observer's measure, a stick. Dr. Cullen, Mr. Dumbledore, Aberforth, Carlyle. Aberforth came in. He set the carpet bag on the runner. He set the stick against the wall beside the door, which was the small, precise gesture, Carlyle noted, of a man saying, "I am not here to point this at you." He took off the coat. He hung the coat on the peg. He stood in the front hall in a brown jumper and trousers and a pair of boots that had not been polished in 3 years, and he looked, without ceremony, at the great room. The family had assembled at the door of the great room. Aberforth read them, in the manner wizards read a room, by some perception that had nothing to do with the eye. He read 7 vampires standing in a half-circle around a basket on a wing chair, and the basket had a child in it, and the child had on his forehead a mark Aberforth had been told about by an owl at 11 o'clock the previous evening, and at the center of the half-circle was a woman in a green coat with one hand on the rim of the basket and the other hand at her side, and the woman was looking at him with the expression of a woman who had not, in 50 years, allowed any man to take a thing from her. He did not, on the strength of that look, attempt to take a thing from her. He nodded to her. "Mrs. Cullen, Mr. Dumbledore, I am sorry for the trouble. It is not trouble." He smiled briefly with the corners of a mouth that had not been used to smile in a long time. "It will be," he said. He came into the great room. He crossed to the wing chair. He did not at first look at the boy. He looked at Rosalie. He held his hands at his sides. You may look." He bent at the knee at the side of the chair. He bent the way Carlyle had bent, with the precision of a man whose own knees were no longer young. He looked at the boy in the basket. He looked at the shape of the cut. He looked at the field above the cut. He put 2 fingers in the air an inch above the field, the way Rosalie had done at Cobham, and he closed his eyes for the duration of 3 of his own breaths. He opened his eyes. He took his fingers away. He stood up. He looked at Rosalie. It is what I was told it was. What is it? It is the work of a curse that did not take. The curse my brother and his friends will, when they have had time to think about it, call by a name. They will call it the rebound of an unforgivable. They will write papers about it. They will theorize for the next 20 years. What it is the boy did not die when he was meant to die, and the woman who carried him for 9 months died instead, and the love she had for him went into the bones of his forehead and put a seal over the place the curse had gone through. The seal is permanent. The seal will, in years to come, do a thing that the boy is the only person who will be able to do it. It is a gift. It is also a tag. A tag. A wizard who knows what to look for can find this boy from across a continent. And how many wizards will know what to look for? At the moment, none. The wizarding world believes the boy is at the doorstep his uncle is at. The wizarding world will spend the next year being very quietly pleased with itself that the Dark Lord is gone, and a very small group of people in a back room of a back inn will spend the next year being very quietly worried that the Dark Lord is not yet gone. That very small group of people does not know to look for the boy here. They do not know the boy is not at the doorstep, because they have, my brother has, set wards on the doorstep that will not, for a year or so, tell them whether the boy is at the doorstep or not. They will, by the time those wards lapse, have so much practice telling themselves the boy is at the doorstep that they will not, when the wards lapse, ask the question. And you, Rosalie said, you will not tell them. I will not. Why? Because my brother is the man who put the boy on the doorstep. Because my brother has in his head a calculation about what the boy is for. Because my brother's calculations have, in my life, twice taken people from me. Because the woman who carried this boy for 9 months was a friend of mine in her 7th year at school, and I do not believe the calculation under which she died was a calculation that she would have agreed to had she been asked. Because I have, in my own back room, a goat that is at this point not, by the agreed meanings of words, a goat. Because Slidell told me in 1925 that the family at the bottom of the world that I should not turn down when they called would call me at the moment the wizarding world had cocked up its own arrangements for a child who had been left with relatives who did not want him. He paused. And because, he said, the doctor on the phone last night used the word family, and the word, the way the doctor used it, was the word a man uses when he means it. He looked at Carlyle. Carlyle did not, in any movement of his face, accept the compliment. Aberforth looked back at Rosalie. Mrs. Cullen, I will, if you will let me, do 3 things this morning. I will, with your permission, lay a small charm on this house that will, against any other wizard's looking, render the boy invisible to it for the next 10 years. I will, with your permission, leave with you, in a leather book, the names and addresses of 3 further wizards who will, if it ever comes to it, also help. I will, with your permission, take from you a single drop of the boy's blood, dried on a piece of cloth, which I will keep in my own back room against the day on which it might be useful to know whether the boy is alive or dead at a distance. Rosalie considered the 3 things. Yes to all 3, she said. Thank you. What is the name of the charm? The charm has not got a name. It is a small one. It is one of the family ones. He did not say the Dumbledore family ones, though that was what he meant. He set the carpet bag on the rug. He opened the bag. He took from the bag a small pewter cup, a small bone-handled knife, a glass vial with a stopper, a square of unbleached cloth, and a tin of what Rosalie at first took to be tobacco and which was, when he opened it, a fine gray powder. He worked at the basket for 9 minutes. He did not, in any minute of the 9, wake the child. He pricked the back of the boy's little finger with the bone-handled knife, a prick so small that there was, for 1 second, no blood, and then there was, on the boy's finger, the smallest red bead, and he pressed the square of cloth against the bead until the cloth had taken it up. He folded the cloth twice. He put the cloth in the glass vial. He stoppered the vial. He put the vial in the carpet bag. He took a pinch of the gray powder from the tin. He sprinkled it in a small, clean circle on the rug around the chair. He did not, with his lips, say anything anyone in the room could hear. He moved his lips around a word for the duration of 2 of his own breaths. The gray powder rose by half an inch off the rug, hung there for the duration of 1 more breath, and settled back down into the pile of the rug at a depth from which it would not come back out. He put the lid back on the tin. "It is done," he said. He stood up. He brushed his hands against his trouser leg. He picked up the carpet bag. "How will we know it is working?" Rosalie said. "You will not. You will know it is working by the fact that you will not have, in 10 years, a wizard at your door who was not the wizard you invited." He smiled, briefly again. "You will, in 11 years' time, have one wizard at your door. You will know about the wizard a month before because you will have, as I said, a letter." "What letter?" "A letter for the boy from the school. The school sends a letter on the 11th birthday of every magical child it is aware of. The letter is automatic. The letter will not, because of the charm I just laid on you, go to the wizarding world at large. The letter will only go to the boy. Where will it find him? It will find him wherever he is. The letter is, by old design, very good at finding." He paused. He looked at her. "You will have 11 years, he said. "I know. Use them." "I will." He nodded. He looked for the last time at the boy in the basket. He looked at the boy's face the way a man looks at the face of a thing he is, in the long arithmetic of his life, certain he is doing the right thing by not taking. He turned. He went into the front hall. He took his coat off the peg. He put it on. He took the carpet bag in his right hand and the stick in his left. He looked at Carlyle. "Dr. Aberforth, send a letter if you ever need me. Send it to the bar." "I will. My regards to your wife. The biscuits she put on the side table while I was working were a kindness." He nodded once to the household at large. He went out through the door of the white house in the wood. The door closed behind him. There was, between the second before and the second after, a small difference in the angle of the porch boards. He was gone. The family stood in the front hall for the duration of one of Esme's held breaths. Carlyle put his hand on the back of his wife's neck. Esme leaned her head against his shoulder. Emmett put both his hands, this time, on Rosalie's shoulders. What changed? A charm had been laid. A name had been added to the family. A bar in a village in Scotland had been told the name of a wood in Washington. The next 11 years had been bought. She walked, after Aberforth had gone, around the perimeter of the white house in the wood with the boy on her shoulder. She walked the porch first. She walked the deck around the back. She walked the cedar boardwalk Esme had laid along the rim of the clearing in 1972. She walked, in the cold November sun that had come up at last over the firs, the line of the property the family had owned for the second time, having sold it back to the bank in 1964 and bought it again in 1973 under a different name. She walked the line that was now his. She did not, on the walk, say any of the things she could have said. She did not narrate the trees. She did not say this is your forest. She did not say this is your sky. She let the trees be the trees and the sky be the sky and the boy's cheek be a thing she felt on her own collarbone. She walked the line a second time. She walked it a third. She walked it 12 times in the morning, and on the 12th time the sun had come fully up over the trees and the boy had fallen back into the deep sleep of an infant who had been awake longer than he was used to being. She went up to the porch. She sat in the rocker at the south end of the porch. She sat with the boy on her shoulder. She rocked. She had not in 56 years sat in a rocker. The rocker was Esme's. The rocker was the rocker Esme had been given by the carpenter who had built the deck in 1973 and had not been paid for it, because Esme had refused payment, and the carpenter had given her the rocker out of his own shop. Esme rocked in it at evening when she was reading. Rosalie had never in any year asked to sit in it. She sat in it now. She rocked. What changed? The rocker, which had been Esme's, became, in the small hour of late November light on the porch of the White House in the wood, the rocker of two women in succession, and the boy on the shoulder of the second woman did not, in the small hour, wake. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. Rosalie the Mother. In the second year he walked. He walked first across the boards of the porch from the rocker to the cedar post at the south corner, and on the post he set both palms and stood and looked at the woman who had been holding him a minute before and whose hand she had let go of one finger at a time as he had got to the post, and his mouth opened in the surprised round of an infant who has, for the first time in his life, crossed a width without being carried. "Mom, that's right. Mom, that's right, baby." She did not, on the porch, weep. She had not in 2 years let herself cry the dry-eyed cry of a vampire that did not produce a tear. She let herself, on the boards of the porch in the spring of 1983, let the dry crying come up and out and pass. She stayed on the porch. She watched him keep his hands on the post and then take one off and put it back and take the other off and put it back. And then, with the patient deliberation a child takes when he has just learned a thing, walk back across the 4 feet of porch to where she was crouched, and put both his hands on her knees, and say "Mom" again. What changed? He had walked toward her, and the part of the day that had been a thing the household was waiting on had passed. In the third year a teacup floated. It floated in the kitchen at 6 in the evening on a Tuesday in February. Esme had been at the sink with the cup in her own hand a moment before, and she had set the cup on the lip of the sink to take a tea towel off the rail, and the boy had come in at the kitchen door with one hand on the jamb and the other in the pocket of his dungarees, and he had said "cup," and the cup had risen by an inch off the lip of the sink and held the position. Esme did not move. She did not, with her shoulders, indicate that the cup had moved. She turned around with the towel in her hands. She set the towel on the rail. She bent at the knee in front of the boy. "Did you do that, my love? Cup. The cup. Cup high. That was you, was it? Cup high." She lifted the boy onto her hip. She walked him to the sink. She held him at the right height for him to look down at the cup. The cup was still an inch off the lip of the sink. The cup was rotating very slowly on no axis the household could see. "Cup," he said again. "All right." She put one finger on the cup slowed. She put 2 fingers on the cup settled. She set the cup back on the rail. "Magic," she said. "Cup." "Yes, the cup is yours, my love." She carried him into the great room where Rosalie was reading at the bay window. She did not say anything. She set the boy on Rosalie's lap. She put the cup in Rosalie's palm. Rosalie looked at the cup. Rosalie looked at Esme. Esme nodded. What changed? The family had confirmed the thing the family had known would be coming. In the 4th year she invented the protocol. The protocol had 3 layers. The first layer was the perimeter. The perimeter was a line around the property the family had bought again in 1973, and around the wood the family had cleared the line for in the spring of 1982. And on the perimeter, at 27 points, Esme had hidden, in the cuts of trees and under the curves of stones, the small powdered seals Aberforth had left her in a tin. The seals would tell Esme, before they told anyone else, if a wizard with a wand or a vampire without a friend came past the line. Esme had checked the seals once a month for 2 years and not, in either year, found a seal that had been tripped. The second layer was the household. The household had agreed on the days each of them would be at home with the boy. The schedule was kept on a chart Rosalie had made on graph paper and pinned to the inside of the pantry door. Carlyle was the morning person. Edward took the late afternoon if the family was hunting and Rosalie had a thing she had to be at. Alice took the evening on the rare days the boy could not sleep. Esme took every other hour. Emmett took the days that did not belong to any one slot on the chart, which meant Emmett took most of them, because Emmett, since the morning of the 5th of November 1981, had become the person in the household whose presence the boy looked for when he came around a corner. The third layer was the city. The city was a list of 9 humans in Forks and Port Angels who, by Carlisle's careful management over a decade, had become humans the family could call on for the small interventions a child required of a community he was being raised in. The list had a pediatrician, 2 teachers at the elementary school in Forks, the librarian, the woman who ran the Saturday playgroup at the church on Spruce Street, the man who ran the lumber yard, the woman who ran the bakery, the man who fixed the family's truck, and the chief of police. Each of them had been brought, by Carlisle's small, precise gift of attention, into a relationship with the family that did not require the family to ever ask any of them a direct question. Each of them had, at some moment over the last decade, mentioned the doctor's family to another person in the city, and the city, in mentioning the doctor's family, had decided that the doctor's family was the family in the White House in the wood. The boy in the protocol was not a secret. The boy was, in the protocol, a child whose existence was, at any moment of any day, accounted for by the household and by the city, and the only people from whom he was kept were wizards. She wrote the protocol on a single sheet of paper, in pencil, on the morning of the 4th of November 1984. She read the sheet at the kitchen island, with the boy on her hip eating a piece of toast. She filed the sheet behind the chart in the pantry. She had on writing it the small fierce sensation of a woman who had, by the 4-page document she had just written, made the world of her son a world. What changed? The protocol existed. In the 5th year an oar passed through Port Angels. Esme came up from the cellar at 4 in the afternoon with one of the small seals in her palm. The seal had darkened by half. The seal had not been tripped, it had been brushed. The brush meant a wizard had come within 100 miles of the perimeter. Esme set the seal on the kitchen counter. She picked up the phone in the back room. She dialed Aberforth in Scotland. Aberforth, at 3 in the morning his time, answered on the 3rd ring with the voice of a man who had not been asleep. Esme described the seal. Aberforth thought, for the duration of one of her held breaths, and said, "Yaxley, he is in your part of the world on a separate matter. He is not looking for the boy. He will not be near you for more than 12 hours. Move the boy across a body of water for the duration of the 12 hours, and you will, when he goes, be where you were." Esme thanked Aberforth. She hung up. She found Rosalie in the great room with the boy on her shoulder. "We are going to the island," she said. "For how long?" "A day." "All right." They went. Carlisle ran the boat himself. The boat was the small white Bristol cabin cruiser the family had kept moored at Sequim for a decade, and used for nothing in particular. They left Sequim at 5:30 in the evening, and crossed the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the dark, with the lights of Victoria to the north and the lights of Port Angels to the south, and they put in at the Cullen cabin on the smaller island the family had bought in 1977 for this kind of purpose. They stayed 18 hours. Rosalie did not, in the 18 hours, put the boy down. The boy did not, in the 18 hours, ask for the White House in the wood. He played on the kitchen floor of the cabin with a wooden duck Esme had brought from a drawer he had not seen before. He ate a soft-boiled egg Carlisle had prepared at the stove with the careful precision of a doctor who had not, in 50 years, prepared a soft-boiled egg. He slept against Rosalie's shoulder at the fire while Esme read to him, in the small voice Esme kept for reading, the first 6 chapters of The Wind in the Willows. At 11 in the morning of the 2nd day, they came back. The oarer had, in his unrelated errand, left Port Angels. The seal in the cellar had, by the time Esme checked it again, returned to its original pale shade. What changed? The protocol had been tested, and it had worked. In the 6th year he found his word for her. He had been calling her Mom since the porch. He had been calling her Mom because he had not been told to call her anything else, and because the household had, in the kitchen and the great room and the bath, used the word in his hearing in the manner of any household raising any child. In the 6th year, on a Tuesday in March, he came into the kitchen with the wooden duck under his arm and the book of poems Edward had been reading to him in the other hand, and he climbed onto the step stool at the island, and he set the duck on the marble, and he looked at her and he said, "Mama." She had been at the sink. She turned the tap off. She turned around. She looked at him. "That's right, Mama. That's right, baby." He climbed off the stool. He came around to her side of the island. He put both his hands on her hip. He looked up at her face. He said it 3 more times, and each time the syllables of it were a little more deliberate than the time before, as if he had been deciding, in the kitchen with the wooden duck, that he was going to use the version of the word he had heard Edward use in the poems, which was the version of the word he would, from then on, use for her. She lifted him onto her hip. She put her cheek against his cheek. She did not say anything. She held him. What changed? A syllable had become, in the kitchen of the white house in the wood, the word he would call her by for the next 14 years. In the 7th year they kept him at home. Carlyle had drafted, over the second half of the 6th year, a schedule that had Harry James Cullen Hale at the elementary school in Forks for half-days, with Rosalie in the parking lot at every drop-off and pickup. And Carlyle had been ready to file the paperwork in August when Esme had said, at the kitchen island over a coffee Carlyle was holding and not drinking, "Carlyle, why are we sending him to a school he does not need?" Carlyle had considered the question. Carlyle had considered the question for 40 minutes at the kitchen island, in the manner of a man who had been a teacher in another century, and who had decided, in this century, that the school had been a thing he had always assumed, because the family had always done what families did. Carlyle had, at the end of the 40 minutes, agreed. The household became the school. The household became the school with Esme as the principal, Carlyle as the literacy and science teacher, Edward as the music and Latin teacher, Jasper as the history teacher, Alice as the art teacher, Emmett as the physical education teacher and the chef, and Rosalie as the head mistress and the mathematics teacher. The boy learned to read at 5½. The boy learned long division at 6. The boy learned to play 3 short Schubert pieces on the piano with Edward at the bench beside him, and his fingers stretched across an octave he could not yet fully span. The boy learned to ride the small bay pony Jasper bought him for his 6th birthday from a man in Montana, who had given the pony to Jasper at a price that was the price of a single pair of boots, because the man had been one of Jasper's cavalry friends from a war the man no longer remembered. The boy learned to swim in the cold lake at the cabin on the island. The boy learned, at the kitchen island with Esme, to roll a pie crust without overworking the dough. The boy learned the names of the trees in the wood from Carlyle on the porch in the rain. He learned in the 8th year to ride. The pony, who had not had a name when Jasper had brought him to the white house in the wood, was given the name Beans because the boy, the day he had been brought across the gravel of the drive, had said the word beans for no reason any member of the household had been able to determine. The pony took the name. The boy rode the pony in the long meadow behind the house, in the cold morning, with the white breath of the pony in the cold air, and the white breath of the boy beside it, and Jasper at the gate with one boot on the lower rail and his hands in his pockets, watching the way Jasper watched. He learned in the 9th year to play a phrase. Edward had been working on the slow movement of the Schubert E-flat trio. Edward had not been playing it for the household. Edward had been playing it for himself, in the small hour after the boy had gone to bed. The boy had come down the stairs in his pajamas on the 3rd night of the 2nd week, and had stood at the foot of the stairs and listened. Edward had stopped. Edward had looked up. The boy had walked across the rug to the piano. He had climbed up on the bench beside Edward. He had looked at the music. "Play that one again," he had said. "Which one?" "The bit that goes." He had hummed it 4 notes without flaw, and then "the bit that goes." He had hummed the answer. Edward had played it. The boy had listened. He had reached up with his right hand. He had put the index finger on the C that began the answering phrase. He had played the phrase with the index finger of his right hand. He had played it slowly. He had played it without error. Edward had not, for a moment, breathed. Then Edward had taken his own right hand off the keyboard and put it on the boy's back and had said, "That was lovely, Harry." The boy had played the phrase a second time. Edward had played the answering phrase on the lower octave. The boy had laughed. They had played the 2 phrases together for the duration of a small, dim hour in the great room of the White House in the wood, and Rosalie, on the staircase, had stood with her hand on the banister and had not, for the duration of the hour, moved. What changed? The boy had a brother who taught him a phrase, and the brother had a brother who taught him a phrase, and the line of teaching went up the stairs of the house and out into the wood and back down into the city, and around the planet and back to the foot of the stairs where Edward sat at the piano and Harry, on the bench beside him, played. In the 10th year the tutor came. The tutor was the second name on the card in the tea caddy, and the name had been written in pencil with a question mark by Esme in 1925, and the question mark had been there because the witch in Slidell had not been quite certain that the woman whose name she was giving would still, in 1981, be alive. The woman was, in 1991, still alive. She was 81. She lived in a small white clapboard house in West Seattle with a view of the bay and a vegetable garden that had been the talk of her cul-de-sac for 30 years. She had been a witch of the American school. She had taught the elementary spells at Ilvermorny from 1947 to 1959. She had not, since 1959, taught children. She had agreed, over the phone with Esme, to come to the White House in the wood once a week for the duration of the school year. She had asked for no fee. She had asked instead for the family to keep her garden free of the deer that had been coming over the wall, and the family had agreed, and Emmett had spent 2 weekends in October building a deer fence around the woman's tomato patch. Her name was Mrs. Beauchamp. She arrived at the White House in the wood at 10 in the morning on Wednesdays. She arrived in a brown Chevrolet that had been the chemistry teacher's car at Garfield High in 1972 and had been sold to her by the chemistry teacher's widow. She carried a leather satchel. She wore, every Wednesday, a navy cardigan and a pearl necklace. She did not in any week comment on the household. She did not in any week ask the family about the family. She came in. She drank a cup of tea Esme made for her with the leaves Esme kept in the pantry for her. She took the boy by the hand. She walked the boy to the small back parlor that the family had set aside for the tutoring. She taught him the levitation charm. She taught him the transfer charm. She taught him the chiming charm and the small finger spark Carlyle had once seen the witch in Slidell perform on the bar at the Roadhouse. She taught him the Latin he would need, the Greek he would also need, the small 9-pointed sigil of his own hand he would, in his 16th year, learn was his magical signature. She did not teach him to fly. She did not teach him to duel. She did not teach him anything to do with a wand, because Mrs. Beauchamp believed, with the precise stubborn conviction of a teacher who had spent 11 years at Ilvermorny watching first-years dent the parquet, that a child who had been taught the elementary spells with his hands alone would be a wizard who could, if he ever had to, do them with his hands alone. The boy listened to Mrs. Beauchamp the way he listened to Edward at the piano. The boy did, on the parquet of the back parlor on the 3rd Wednesday of the 2nd month, conjure a steady spark off the tip of his own thumb. Mrs. Beauchamp set her teacup down on the windowsill. She looked at the spark. She did not with her face indicate that the spark surprised her. "That's a good one," she said. "Do another." He did another. "Good, now make it green." He made it green. She nodded. She put her teacup back at her lips. She drank. In the 10th year, on a wet evening in March, a wizard tripped a seal. The seal was the 7th one on the northern arc of the perimeter in the cut of a hemlock 6 feet from the property line. The seal darkened from pale to dark blue at 14 minutes past 7. The boy was in the great room with Edward at the piano, working on a Schumann piece they had been working on for a fortnight. Esme had been at the sink. Esme felt the seal trip in her own sternum, the way Aberforth had said she would, and she set the dish in her hand on the counter and went into the great room and said, very calmly, "Edward, the back parlor." Edward stood up from the piano. He picked the boy up off the bench in one motion. He took him to the back parlor and closed the door and turned the lock, and the boy, who had not yet asked what was happening, sat on the rug under the window with his hands in his lap and waited. Rosalie was, at that moment, on the porch. She had been on the porch because she had been waiting for the small, precise difference in the air that a tripped seal made, which Aberforth had taught her, alone of the household, to feel. She had felt it the second it tripped. She had been at the porch rail before Esme had got to the great room. She had her coat on her shoulders. She had no shoes. She did not need shoes. She crossed the porch at speed. She crossed the meadow at speed. She came to the hemlock at speed, and on her right side, and on the back of the hemlock, met the man who had tripped the seal. He was 34 years old. He was a wizard of the British Ministry's Department of Mysteries. He had been told by a man whose name had not been given to him to come to North America and walk the perimeter of a wood in Washington and see what was at the center of it. He had been, when he tripped the seal, 6 feet from the line. He had been just lifting his wand from a small loop of leather inside his coat. He had not seen her. He did not, by the time she had her hand on his throat, see her. She did not kill him at the hemlock. She killed him a quarter of a mile north of the hemlock, in the small, dim ravine that ran along the back of the property at the foot of the cedar bluff. She did it cleanly. She did it in the manner Jasper had taught her at her request in 1975. A single twist of the cervical vertebrae that made the death instant and the body, afterward, easy to dispose of. She drained the body the way the household had agreed in 1958, that they would drain the bodies of the wizards or vampires they ever had to take on the boundary of their wood, which was the way Jasper had taught them. Cleanly, completely, with no second swallow that became a habit. She buried the body in the small, dim ravine. She buried the wand with the body. She buried the loop of leather. She buried the coat. She covered the place with a layer of pine duff that no other walker in 20 years would lift. She came back to the porch at 8 minutes past 8. She washed her hands at the kitchen sink. She did not say anything to Esme, who was at the kitchen island reading a book and not looking up. She went into the back parlor. She unlocked the door. She went in. She bent at the knee in front of the boy on the rug. "Hello, my love." "Hi, Mom. Did Edward tell you a story while I was out?" "He told me about a man named Schumann." "Good." She lifted him onto her hip. She carried him back into the great room. She set him on the bench. She put her cheek against the top of his head. She let her cheek be the thing she was paying attention to. What changed? She had, for the first time, killed a man on behalf of her child. She had done it without ceremony. She had not, in the doing of it, hesitated. The grief she had carried for 50 years had become, in the small, dim ravine on the back of a wood in Washington, a different thing, a thing that had weight and use and a place inside the body that knew how to act when the perimeter was tripped. The household did not speak of it. The household did not need to speak of it. The household knew. Esme had seen the hand wash. Carlyle had seen the coat hanging from the hook with no shoes beneath it. Edward had heard, when she had come into the back parlor, the absence in her mind of a thought she had been thinking 10 minutes before. Alice had had the vision the night before and had not in the morning mentioned it. Jasper had been, when she came back to the porch, at the south end of the porch with the small Smith, and Wesson he had owned since the Civil War in his right hand, ready to back her up. Emmett had been at the foot of the porch in the cedar, listening to the seal and to her. Emmett, when she came in, had not said anything. He had put his coat on the peg. He had taken her coat off her shoulders. He had hung it on the peg beside his own. He had, with his hand at the small of her back, walked her through the great room and up the stairs and into the bedroom they had made theirs in 1973. He had sat with her on the edge of the bed for the duration of one of his own breaths. He had not, in the duration, said anything. What changed? The marriage that had been remade at the door of the White House in the wood 3 years before had, in the small dim hour of the kill in the ravine, deepened by a layer she had not known a marriage could. In the 11th year, on a wet evening in spring, the boy asked. He asked at the kitchen island. He was 9 3/4. He was eating a piece of bread Esme had baked. He had Esme's wooden duck under his elbow. He had been thinking the household could tell about a question he did not until the moment he asked it. No, he had. "Mom," he said. "Yes, my love. Did I have another mother?" She did not, in the kitchen at 6:30 on a Tuesday in March, put down the knife she was using to slice an apple. She set the knife down with the same speed she would have used had she been about to ask Esme if there was more salt in the pantry. She came around the island. She sat on the stool beside him. She turned the stool to face him. "You did," she said. "What was her name?" "Lily. And my father, James, did they love me?" "They loved you very much." "Why am I not with them?" "Because they died. A man came to your house when you were 15 months old. The man wanted to kill you. Your mother stood between you and the man. The man killed her. Then the man killed your father. Then the man tried to kill you. The love your mother had given you and the standing between was enough to make the killing not work. The man went away. Some people put you on the doorstep of your father's family. The people on the doorstep did not want you. I was driving past on the morning they did not want you. I took you off the doorstep. I brought you to me." She said it the way she had said "I am going away" in the kitchen on the morning of the 2nd of November 1981. She said it with the precise weight she had decided he could carry. She did not make the sentences shorter than they needed to be. She did not make them longer. He listened. He held the bread in his hand. He thought for the duration of one of her held breaths. "Mom," he said. "Yes, baby. Am I yours?" "You are mine." He nodded. He bit the bread. He chewed it. He swallowed. "Good," he said. He climbed off the stool. He took the wooden duck from under his elbow. He walked through the great room toward the back parlor with the bread in his hand. She sat on the stool. She watched him go. What changed? He had asked the question, and the household had given him the answer, and the answer had been the one he had wanted, and the part of the story that had been a thing the household was waiting on had passed. In the 7th year, in late October, the household held the boy's first birthday party, at which a human child not in the household was present. The human child was the daughter of the woman who ran the Saturday playgroup at the church on Spruce Street. The human child was 6. Her name was Anna. She had red hair and a freckle in the precise center of her forehead that her mother had, when she was 3, photographed against a window so that the family could one day point to the photograph and say, "That is your first freckle." She had come up the drive in her mother's brown sedan at 3:20 on a Wednesday afternoon, with a present in a paper bag that had a picture of a giraffe on it. The boy met her at the door. He had been told, by Rosalie at the kitchen island the morning before, that a human child was coming to the house. He had been told this in the manner Rosalie had told him everything about humans since the beginning, directly, without softening, with the small, precise gift of the word human used as a category in the same kind of voice she used for the word dear. He understood the word human. He understood that the household was not made of humans. He understood that he, in some respect the household had not asked him to define, was not yet entirely a human, and not entirely the thing the household was, but was a third thing that the family had been making a place for since the morning of the 5th of November 1981. He understood that humans were the people who came to the door with brown paper bags with pictures of giraffes on them. He met Anna at the door. He took the present in the paper bag. He held it carefully. He said, in the precise sentence he had practiced with Esme that morning, "Thank you for coming to my house." Anna looked at him for the duration of one of her mother's held breaths. Then Anna held up her hand and said, "I made a bracelet for you." He held out his wrist. She put the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet was 3 strands of cotton embroidery thread braided together. The bracelet was red, blue, and green. The bracelet was tied with a square knot that her mother had taught her the morning before. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist. He looked at Anna. "It's the best one," he said. He said it with the small, fierce certainty of a 6-year-old who has been given a thing his hands have not been given before. He said it without prompting. He said it with the sentence pattern Rosalie had taught him by reading it to him in poems for 5 years. Rosalie, at the door behind him, did not put her hand on his shoulder. Rosalie let the bracelet on his wrist be the thing he was paying attention to. Anna's mother, on the porch with her keys in her hand, watched the bracelet go on the boy's wrist and watched her own daughter watch the boy notice it. And Anna's mother smiled the smile women smile at other women's children when they would not, for any sum, exchange the moment for a moment of their own. The party went 2 hours. Anna was the only child. The household had decided after long debate that the first party would have one guest. The guest had been Anna because Anna's mother had been the human in the city whose hands the family had decided they trusted most. Esme had baked a cake. The cake was 3 layers. Carlyle, who had read a book about icing the week before, had iced the cake with the precise patient stripes of a man who had been a surgeon. Emmett carried Anna on his shoulders around the back of the house and showed her the long meadow and the pony. Anna sat on beans for 90 seconds with Jasper's hand on the bridle and Emmett's hand on her waist, and she did not, for any of the 90 seconds, stop laughing. What changed? A child outside the household had crossed the threshold, and the boy had, for the first time, a friend. In the 8th year, on a winter morning, the household went to the city. They went at the boy's request, because he had decided he wanted that month to learn the names of the boats in the harbor at Port Angels. He had been reading, at the kitchen island, a book of black and white photographs of fishing boats Carlyle had bought him at the bookshop on First Street the previous Saturday. He had decided by the 3rd page that he had to see the boats with his own eyes. They went on a Saturday. Rosalie drove. Emmett sat in the back with the boy. Esme came along because Esme had been told by Rosalie, in the kitchen at 6 in the morning, that Esme would be in the photographs the family took at the harbor and that the photographs would be, in years to come, the photographs the boy would have of the morning his grandmother taught him the names of the boats. Esme had not, at the kitchen island, said anything. Esme had put on her coat. Esme had got in the front passenger seat. They walked the wharf for an hour. They walked it without hurry. Esme knew the names of the boats because Esme had spent a year in Port Angels in 1959 and had, at that time, learned them. She named the schooners and the trawlers and the long, low fishing boats that came in from Knee Bay. She told the boy which of the boats was old. She told him which of the boats had been painted that year. She let him put his hand on the wet ropes that came up over the cleats. He held her hand the whole hour. He did not, the whole hour, ask for Rosalie. Rosalie walked behind them with Emmett. Emmett, after 20 minutes, took her hand. She let him. She watched her son walk ahead of her with the woman who had become his grandmother, and let her grandson find his own pace on a wet plank wharf in Port Angels on a cold Saturday in February. And she felt, without naming it, the precise small adjustment in the household that was the adjustment of a mother letting another woman have the hour. What changed? She had let the hour belong to Esme, and the household in the letting had become a household with more than one mother in it for the boy. In the 11th year, on a Wednesday in May, 2 months before the owl, Mrs. Beauchamp set her teacup on the windowsill of the back parlor and said, "Harry." "Yes, Mrs. Beauchamp. You are going to get a letter this summer." "From who?" "From a school in Scotland. The school will want you to come to it for 7 years. For 7 years. You will come home at Christmas and at Easter and in the summer." He considered this. He considered it with the small, precise frown he had used at 15 months in the front seat of the Rover above the bottle. He considered it for the duration of one of her sips of tea. "Will my mother be all right?" Mrs. Beauchamp, on the windowsill, did not flinch. She had been waiting for 2 years for him to ask the question. She had had the answer ready in her mouth since the 3rd Wednesday of the 2nd month when she had seen him do the spark. "Your mother will be all right because she is your mother. Your mother will be all right because the part of her job that is the hardest, your mother will do the hardest, and the part of your job that is the hardest, you will do the hardest. Your mother knows that. Your mother has known it since you were the size of a duck on a kitchen table." He nodded. He nodded with the same nod Carlyle had used in the great room on the morning of the 5th of November 1981. He had inherited the nod from Carlyle by watching it for 10 years. "All right," he said. "All right." She did not that day teach him a spell. She walked him out to the kitchen. She sat with him at the island. She drank her tea. She told him the 4 houses of the school. She told him she had not herself been at the school because she had been at the American school. She told him the 4 houses by name. She told him which of the houses she had decided, by reading the boy for 2 years, would be the house he would go into. She told him the others might say he was the wrong house. She told him not to listen to the others. She did not by name say which house she had decided. She told him he would know. He believed her. He went on the next Wednesday into the back parlor and made a spark off his thumb in 4 colors in succession. He did red. He did green. He did blue. He did, by the small, slow effort that was the effort of a child crossing a width he had not yet been across, a 4th color that was the color of the river in the morning. Mrs. Beauchamp lifted her teacup off the windowsill. She drank. "Good," she said. What changed? The school was no longer a thing that would come in the future. The school was a thing the boy and his teacher had agreed to wait for together. That spring, the family put up a swing in the meadow. The swing was built by Emmett out of 2 ropes and a single plank of cedar that had been milled out of a tree that had fallen on the property in the storm of the previous November. Emmett built it the way Emmett built everything, by eye, with 2 tools, in an afternoon. He set the swing in the place at the south end of the meadow where the maple branch hung lowest, and the ground sloped just enough that a child kicking off with both feet could get high. The boy used the swing every day. He used it in the morning before breakfast. He used it after lunch. He used it in the evening with Esme at the rail. He used it in the rain with Carlyle holding an umbrella over him. He used it on his 9th birthday with all 6 of them watching, while he kicked his feet out in the way Emmett had taught him, and Edward played the slow movement of the Schumann piece on the piano with the kitchen door open, so that the music came across the meadow. Rosalie watched him on the swing. She watched him from the rocker on the south end of the porch. She watched him from the kitchen window above the sink. She watched him from the bedroom window that looked west across the meadow. She watched him from the swing of her own breath. What changed? A swing in a meadow had become, in the slow, precise way the household made things, the place at the white house in the wood that the boy would, in his adult life, remember as the place his childhood lived. In the summer of his 11th year, on a morning at the start of the last week of July, an owl came up the drive of the white house in the wood. It came up the drive at 6 in the morning in the clear, cold light. It came up the drive flying low. It came up the drive with a thick cream envelope in its claws. The envelope had a green wax seal on the back of it. The address on the front of it had been written in the same green ink copperplate the household had not seen for 10 years. The address said, Mr. Harry James Cullen Hale, the rocker on the south end of the porch, White House in the Wood, Forks, Washington. The owl landed on the porch rail. Rosalie was at the rocker. She was reading a book she had been reading for 2 weeks. She was, at 6 in the morning, the only one on the porch. She looked at the owl. The owl looked at her. She set the book down. She stood. She crossed to the rail. She held out her hand. The owl set the envelope on her palm. She looked at the envelope. She did not, at first, take it inside. She stood on the porch with the envelope in her hand and looked at the green ink, at the address, at the seal. She let her own jaw set. She let her shoulders go up by half an inch and come back down. She let the 11 years she had been buying come up out of her chest and pass. What changed? Time had come. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. The letter and the Hogwarts departure. She brought the letter inside. She did not open it. She set it on the kitchen island with the address facing up. She walked in the cold quiet of the morning into the back room and dialed the number she had not dialed in 11 years, and on the third ring a voice she had not heard in 11 years but which she remembered in the cadence said on the other end, Aberforth, Mr. Dumbledore, Mrs. Cullen, the letter is here. Then it is time. Yes. I will come at the start of next week. I will come on Tuesday. I will meet you in Diagon Alley. I will be at the back of Gringotts at 10 in the morning local time. I will help with the vault. I will help with the wand. I will not, after the wand, follow you. Thank you. Have him write the school. He must write back himself. The owl will wait. Will, Mrs. Cullen? Yes, he is a beautiful boy. He is. She put the handset back on the cradle. She walked back into the kitchen. The boy had come down. The boy was on the stool at the island with his hand on the envelope and his face turned to the address, reading the words the rocker on the south end of the porch the way a child reads a thing that has been written for him and only for him. He looked up. Mom. Yes, my love. It says where I sit. It does. Why does it say where I sit? Because the man who wrote it knows where you sit. The school knows. The owl knew. The owl knew. The owl is one of theirs. All right. He looked back at the envelope. He turned it over. He looked at the seal. He looked at the seal the way he had looked in the back parlor at the wand Mrs. Beauchamp had once let him hold, which had not been the wand he was going to have but had been a wand. He held the envelope by the corners. He turned it back over. May I? You may. He opened it with the small precision of his 10-year-old hands. He drew out the 2 pages inside. He laid them on the marble. He read them in the slow way Edward had taught him to read, line by line, with the second line being looked at before the first line had quite finished. The household had been gathering at the doors of the kitchen. Esme was at the door from the hall. Carlyle was at the door from the great room. Emmett was at the door from the porch. Edward was at the foot of the stairs in the great room with his hand on the newel post. Alice was on the arm of the couch in the great room with her eyes the cloudy gold they went when she was holding a vision. Jasper was at the door of the back parlor. The boy read. He read both pages. He set them down. He looked at Rosalie. It says I am to come. Yes. It says I am to bring a wand. Yes. It says I am to bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Yes. It says my parents may write back to confirm. He paused. He looked at the page. He looked back at her. My parents, he said. Yes. You and Dad. Yes. She did not, in the kitchen, fall to pieces. She had been preparing, for 11 years, for him to use the word Dad about Emmett in a sentence in which the word would be used for the household to hear it as the word he had used for Emmett alone. He had used the word for Emmett for a long time. He had not used it in any sentence the household had set up to make him use it. He used it now, in the kitchen at 6:30 in the morning of a Tuesday in the last week of July, with the same precise, unceremonious weight he had used at 15 months for the word cup. Emmett, at the door from the porch, did the thing Emmett did when a word landed in him. He shifted his weight by half an ounce from one foot to the other. He set his jaw. He did not with his face indicate. He came across the kitchen. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Yes," he said, "your mom and me." "Then you write back, Dad." "All right." Emmett took the page. He wrote in the corner where the school had left a small white square, 2 lines in the round even hand he had been taught at his school in Tennessee in 1915 and had not used since. He wrote, "Our son will come." He wrote, "We will deliver him to King's Cross on the 1st of September. He signed his name, Emmett D. Massey. Cullen. He passed the page to Rosalie. She signed her name beside his, Rosalie L. Hale Cullen, in the precise hand she had been taught at finishing school in Rochester in 1929 and had used twice in her life. She folded the page. She put it back into the envelope. The owl, on the rail of the porch outside the kitchen window, lifted its head and looked at her. She went out. She set the envelope on the rail. The owl took it in its claws. The owl turned. The owl lifted off the rail with the small, heavy effort of an owl that has just been given a thing to fly across an ocean with. The owl went up the line of the meadow toward the trees and was, in seconds, gone. She came back inside. She closed the kitchen door. The household looked at her. She looked at the boy. "All right, baby," she said. "We have a trip to plan." What changed? The page had been answered. The owl had been let go. The household, which had been buying 11 years for 11 years, had committed to the 12th. The trip was planned by Carlyle on graph paper at the kitchen island. The trip had 3 pieces. The first was the flight from Seattle to London on a private charter Carlyle would book with Halliday's son, who was now 43 and the manager of Westmoreland Charter, and who had been told, in 1988, that the boy he had once stamped onto a falcon would, in 11 years' time, come back through his terminal on his way to school, and who had, in the intervening years, kept a citation X on his books for the day. The second was the 4 days the family would spend in London on the way through, which Esme had proposed, and which Carlyle had agreed to without an argument because Esme had, at the kitchen island, used the word holiday. The third was the drive on the 1st of September from the hotel in Bloomsbury to King's Cross Station, which Rosalie would do in a hired Daimler, with Emmett in the front passenger seat and the boy in the back, and which would land them at the platform at 20 minutes past 10, 40 minutes before the train was scheduled to depart. They went to London on Tuesday, the 24th of August. They went to London with 2 trunks, the boy's trunk and the boy's mother's trunk, and 3 small suitcases for the 4 days at the hotel. They went on the citation X. Halliday's son met them at the gate. He shook Rosalie's hand and did not, by any movement of his face, indicate that he remembered her. He shook Emmett's hand. He shook the boy's hand. He said, "Master Cullen Hale, your father tells me you will be reading at school." The boy said, "I will be reading magic." Halliday's son said, "Then we will be at home, both of us, in our lines of work," and he turned and walked them up the air stair. The flight was 9.5 hours. The boy slept for 6 of them. Rosalie did not sleep. Emmett sat in the seat beside her and held her hand for the duration of the flight, and Rosalie did not, until they were on the descent over the Outer Hebrides, take it back. They landed at the same private terminal she had used in 1981. The customs officer was different. The customs officer was a woman of 40 with a tight gray bun and a sharp eye, and she looked at the 3 passports she was handed and stamped each in turn, and she did not, by any movement of her face, indicate that the second of the 3 passports was a passport she had any reason to question. She handed the passports back. She said, "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Cullen Hale." "Welcome, Master Cullen Hale." She smiled briefly at the boy. The boy smiled back. The hotel was a hotel in Bloomsbury Carlyle had chosen because Carlyle had stayed there in 1898. And because the rooms had not been changed in any meaningful way since, and because Carlyle had wanted the boy to spend his last 4 nights before the school in a building that had felt the way buildings felt before electric light. The rooms had high ceilings and tall windows. The boy was given the room that had been Carlyle's in 1898, which had a single bed with a brass frame and a desk with a green leather top under the window. He stood in the room with his trunk by the door, and he looked at the desk, and he said, "Carlyle, did you write here?" Carlyle said, "I did. I wrote letters to my mother here." The boy said, "Did your mother write back?" Carlyle said she did. She had a Belgian hand. She used purple ink. The boy said, "I want to write you a letter from school in purple ink." Carlyle said, "Then I will buy you the ink before you go." That afternoon they met Aberforth in the alley. The alley was Diagon Alley. The entrance was through the back of an inn in Charing Cross Road. Aberforth was, when they came through the wall, at the door of the bank with both hands in the pockets of his coat. He had not aged. He had aged the way wizards of his age aged, which was by no measurable amount. He nodded to Rosalie. He nodded to Emmett. He bent at the knee in front of the boy. "Harry, Mr. Dumbledore. You may call me Aberforth. All right. Your mother's friend in 1959 told me you were a boy I should make the effort to come for, and I have made it. There is in this bank in a vault a quantity of gold your father left for you 11 years ago. The bank does not know you are coming. The bank will, when it sees you, know who you are by a small mark above your eye that the bank has been told to watch for. We will go inside. We will take out a quantity of the gold. We will use the gold for the things on your list. We will leave the rest where it is." All right. They went in. The bank was the bank Aberforth had said it would be. The goblin at the desk looked at the boy. The goblin looked at the small white mark above his eye. The goblin nodded. The goblin called another goblin. The other goblin took them to a small iron cart and drove them down a long sloping tunnel at a speed that would have been, for a human child of 10, a thing to scream at. The boy did not scream. The boy held his mother's hand. He looked at the walls of the tunnel and counted, under his breath, the number of side tunnels they passed. They came to the vault. The goblin opened the vault. The vault had, against the back wall, a heap of gold coins of a size that surprised Rosalie, who had not been told by Aberforth at any point the precise number of coins that would be there. She did not, in the vault, indicate. She held the bag the goblin had handed her, and Aberforth took a number of the coins, and the goblin closed the vault, and they rode the cart back up. They went into the alley. The alley was the alley. The alley had a long, curving line of shops, each painted a different color, and each leaning slightly toward the cobble in the manner of buildings that had been built before the standardization of carpentry. The shops had owls, robes, trunks, brooms, books, cauldrons, telescopes, ingredients, ice creams. The shops had children. The children had parents. The parents had wands. The boy looked. He did not, the way Rosalie had braced herself for gawk. He looked the way Carlyle had taught him to look in a city he had not been in before, which was by the small, steady method of taking 3 details at a time. He noted the color of the awning of the first shop. He noted the shape of the windows of the second. He noted the way a witch crossing the alley with a baby on her hip walked. He held Rosalie's hand the whole way. They went, by Aberforth's recommendation, to the wandmaker first. The wandmaker's shop was thin and tall and had a low door. They went in. The wandmaker was at the back of the shop in the dim. He came forward when the bell of the door rang. He looked at the boy. He did not at first look at Rosalie. He did not at any point look at Aberforth. He looked at the boy. "Harry Potter." The boy did not at first answer. He had not been called Potter in a sentence that had been spoken to him by a person other than his mother in 9 3/4 years. He had been called Potter twice. He had been called Potter by Mrs. Beauchamp in the back parlor and once by Carlyle in the kitchen, and both times he had heard the name the way he had heard the names of other things that had been spoken into the air to say the air had once contained them. He looked at Rosalie. Rosalie put her hand on his shoulder. "Yes, sir," the boy said. "That is my name." The wand maker considered him. He did not, with his face, indicate that he had noticed Rosalie's hand on the boy's shoulder, or the placement of Emmett at the door of the shop, or Aberforth one pace behind them. He looked at the boy. He went into the back of the shop. He came out with a long, thin box. He opened the box. He handed the wand to the boy. The boy held it. The wand did not, in the boy's hand, indicate anything. The wand maker took it back. He went into the back. He came out with another. He handed it. The wand did not indicate. He went back. The third box was a different box. The third box was a box that had not been opened in 11 years. The third wand, when the wand maker took it out of the box, sent a small spark off the wand maker's own finger that was the color of green river water. The wand maker looked at Aberforth. Aberforth did not, in his face, indicate. The wand maker handed the wand to the boy. The boy took it. He held it. The wand in the boy's hand did not do the thing the previous two had not done. It did something else. It made a small, steady, warm pulse against the boy's palm that the boy could feel by the soft skin between his thumb and his index finger, and the pulse was the precise pulse the wand had been making to the bone of his forehead since the morning of the 2nd of November 1981. The wand maker exhaled. "Holly and phoenix feather," he said. 11 inches. Pliable. "A curious wand, Mr. Potter, curious for many reasons. We will, I think, get on." The boy looked at the wand. He looked at his mother. He looked at his father. He looked, for the first time in the shop, at Aberforth. "It chose me." "It did." "All right." He paid the wand maker. He paid him in the gold from the vault. The wand maker did not, by any movement of his face, indicate that the boy in front of him was the boy he had been waiting to meet for a decade. He set the box back on the shelf. He let them go. What changed? The wand, which had been in a box for 11 years, was now in his pocket. They went in the alley to the robes. They went to the books. They went to the trunk maker. They went to the bookbinder, where the boy had Edward's gift wrapped in brown paper. They went to the ice cream shop, where Rosalie, who had not eaten food since 1933, paid for a sundae and watched her son eat it. And Emmett, who had not eaten food since 1935, paid for one beside him. They went last to the owl shop. They went because the boy had decided in the cab from the airport that he wanted an owl rather than a cat. They came out with a snowy owl in a cage on the boy's arm, who had, in 3 minutes of standing on the boy's knuckle, decided the boy was the boy she would, from then on, fly for. The boy named her Hedwig, after a name he had read in a book the previous winter. He carried her cage out into the alley and walked her up the cobble to the gate, and Aberforth, at the gate, bent at the knee and said goodbye. Mr. Potter and the boy said goodbye. Aberforth and the wizard turned and walked back into the alley with his hands in his pockets and his coat against the wind. They went back to the hotel. They had 3 more nights at the hotel. They went, after the wand and before the ice cream, to the bookshop. The bookshop was the 3rd shop on the right. The bookshop had 3 floors and a small 4th that the boys behind the desk did not, by their faces, want anyone to know about. The bookshop's 1st floor was for the school. The household went up to the 2nd. On the 2nd floor, in the alcove that held the books of magical history, a man in a tweed jacket and a green tie was reading a small book at a window with one hand on the shelf and the other in his pocket. He was 60. He had a beard the color of wet sand. He had gray eyes. He had on his left wrist a small gold ring that was the gold ring of a wizard who had been in a group of 7 once, 2 of whom had died in the war, 3 of whom had taken jobs in the ministry, 1 of whom had gone to Norway, and 1 of whom had survived only because he had not, in the year of the last battle, been in the country. He looked up when Rosalie and the boy came into the alcove. He looked at the boy. He looked at the small white mark above the eye. He did not, with his face, indicate. He went on reading. Rosalie watched him for the duration of the time it took the boy to find the book Carlyle had asked him to find on the shelf, which was the precise quarter-minute in which the man in the tweed jacket did not turn the page of his own book. He was, she could tell from the small angle of his neck, listening. He was listening to the boy, he was listening to her. The boy found the book, he held it up. Rosalie nodded. The boy started to walk back to the stair. The man in the tweed jacket spoke. He did not raise his voice. He did not lift his eyes from his book. He said in the precise, unhurried voice of a man who was speaking only for the person he was speaking to, "Madam." Rosalie did not in the alcove indicate that she had heard him. She stood with her hand on the boy's shoulder. She let the boy take a half step toward the stair. She turned her head by 10 degrees. "Sir." The man in the tweed jacket turned the page of his book. "I knew his mother." She did not for a long second answer, then keep knowing her. The man in the tweed jacket smiled briefly against the page of the book. He did not look up. "He has her eyes." "He does." "He has his father's hair." "He does." "And the rest of him?" "The rest of him," Rosalie said, "is mine." The man in the tweed jacket nodded against the book. "I had wondered," he said. "I had heard a rumor. I had not on the rumor acted. I will not now act. I am for what it is worth glad. Thank you, Mrs. Rosalie Hale, sir." He turned another page of his book. The boy looked up at her. She put her hand at the small of his back. They walked to the stair. They went down. They paid for the book at the desk and walked out into the cobble of the alley, and Rosalie did not, for the duration of the next hour, indicate to the boy that anything had happened. In the cab back to the hotel, the boy said, "Mom." "Yes, my love." The man in the bookshop. "Yes, he knew. He did. He won't tell. He won't." "How do you know?" "Because he said so." "Is that enough?" "It is when the man is the man he is." The boy considered this. "All right." He looked out the window. He watched the buildings of London go past. He held her hand the whole way. What changed? The wizarding world had known they were there, in the form of one man at a window with a book in his hand, and the wizarding world had let them go. In the fourth night of the hotel, Rosalie sat with the boy at the desk in the room that had been Carlyle's. She sat in Carlyle's chair. The boy sat in the chair Esme had brought up from the lobby. He had a piece of cream paper in front of him and the bottle of purple ink at his elbow. He had been told by Carlyle, that morning, that he should, before going to school, write himself a letter and put the letter in his trunk and not open it until he was at the bottom of his first hard week. He wrote it. He wrote it in the precise round hand he had been taught at the kitchen island over 5 years. He wrote it slowly. He did not, in any line, lift his hand from the paper for the duration of a breath. He wrote, "Dear Harry, the White House in the wood is in the wood at the end of the dirt road 3 miles past the high school in Forks, Washington, and the rocker on the south end of the porch is the rocker you will sit in when you come home. Mom is there. Dad is there. They will be there in 3 months. You will be all right." He signed it H. He folded the page. He put it in the small leather envelope Esme had given him. He put the envelope in the inside of his trunk under the lining. He closed the trunk. He came over to the desk. He sat in Rosalie's lap. He put his cheek against her cheek. "Mom." "Yes, baby, I will write, I know, on the green paper, with purple ink. With purple ink. And I will write you back. You will use the same color." "I will." He kissed her cheek. He went to bed. She did not, after he had gone, leave the desk. She sat in the chair and read the boy's letter to himself through the brown leather of the trunk, through the lining of the trunk, through the cream paper of the envelope, through the green wax of the seal he had set on the envelope at the last second, which she had not, when he had said it, recognized. She did not, in the hotel, weep. What changed? He had written himself the small, precise letter a boy writes himself when he is about to go away, and she had let him write it, and the letter was now in the trunk, and the trunk would be on the train. In the cab to the station, the boy sat between her and Emmett. He held one of her hands. He held one of Emmett's hands. He did not in the cab look out the window. He did not in the cab talk. She did not talk either. She let the cab take them. She watched through the windscreen the streets of London come up under the bonnet at the slow speed of an early morning Sunday in late summer, when London was still asleep and the only traffic was the milk vans and the early buses to the airports. She watched the cabbie's hand on the wheel. She watched the meter tick. At the corner of Pancras Road, the cabbie stopped. The cabbie said, "King's Cross, sir, madam." Emmett paid him. They got out. What changed? The cab had been the last private hour, and the next hour would be the one the household made the public hour. On the train, after the bell, after she had let him go, after she had stepped back, she stood on the platform with Emmett's hand at her back. She watched the train go. The train went out of the curve. She did not, for a long second, turn. She turned. She walked with Emmett at her side and Esme at her other side and the rest of the family behind her back through the wall. She walked back through the brick. The brick was brick. The brick was the brick of the wall between platforms 9 and 10. The brick had not, in the half hour she had been on the other side of it, changed. The platform between 9 and 10 was the platform between 9 and 10 of every London weekday. The crowd on the concourse had thickened by a few hundred since they had come in. The newsagent's by the gate was open. The man behind the newsagent's was selling a copy of the Times to a man in a raincoat. The clock at the head of the concourse said 11. The boy was, she calculated, 4 minutes outside the station, 10 miles outside London, going north at 50. She walked with Emmett at her side and the rest of the family behind her, the long, quiet length of the concourse to the doors and out into Pancras Road. She got into the Daimler. She did not, for the duration of the drive back to the hotel, look out the window. She let Esme hold her hand. She let Emmett's other hand stay at the small of her back where it had been from the moment she had let the boy go. She did not, in the back seat of the Daimler, weep. What changed? The train, going north at 50, had taken him, and the part of her that had been the part that held him had gone with the train, and the part of her that had been left in the Daimler was the part that would, in the next 10 years, have to learn how to be that part by itself. In the first night the boy sat at Carlyle's desk and wrote 4 letters in purple ink to 4 different members of the household at home. To Esme, to Edward, to Alice, to Jasper, to Mrs. Beauchamp. He wrote them with the same care he had taken at the wand shop. He wrote, "Dear Esme, the alley was the color of all the colors at once. And dear Edward, the wand maker said the wand was curious. And dear Alice, Hedwig has a yellow eye that does not look at me unless I am looking at her. And dear Jasper, there were brooms in the window of a shop on the 3rd corner that I would like, when I come home at Christmas, for you to teach me to ride. And dear Mrs. Beauchamp, the spark you taught me to do, I did with the wand in my hand, and it was easier with the wand. And I am glad you did not, before this, give me a wand." He sealed the 4 letters with the small red wax stamp Esme had given him for the trip. He laid them on the desk. He went to bed. Rosalie sat in the chair at the desk after he had gone to sleep. She read the letters one by one. She did not open them. She read them from the outside. She read them with the small certainty that the boy who had written them had, in the writing of them, become the boy who would, in the morning, walk through the wall at King's Cross with his trunk and his owl and his wand. In the second night, Emmett took the boy out to the British Museum. They went after dark. They went because Emmett had a connection at the door whom he had bought a drink in 1937, into the rooms that were not, at that hour, open to the public. They walked through the Egyptian galleries. They walked through the Assyrian. They walked through the Greek and Roman. Emmett, who had read every guidebook Carlyle had brought home for 30 years and remembered the things the guidebooks did not tell people, told the boy the small histories of 3 of the objects in each room. The boy listened. He held Emmett's hand the whole way. At the door, on the way out, Emmett bought him a postcard of the Parthenon frieze, and the boy, in the cab back to the hotel, held the postcard in both hands. In the 3rd night, Esme took him to the theater. The play was Twelfth Night. The boy laughed in the right places. He did not in any place ask Esme what the words meant. Esme had read him the play in the great room over the previous winter, and he knew the play the way he knew the kitchen. He fell asleep on Esme's shoulder in the second half. Esme carried him out at the curtain and down to the cab and back to the hotel. What changed? He had 4 nights of a city. He had 4 memories that would, in years to come, be the memories he would tell his own children about London. On the morning of the 1st of September, the household was on the platform. The Daimler dropped them at the corner of Pancras Road and Euston Road at 10 to 10. Emmett drove the trolley. Rosalie walked at the boy's side with her hand at the small of his back. Esme walked at the boy's other side. Carlyle walked behind with his hand in his coat pocket. Edward and Alice were at the entrance to the station, because Edward and Alice had flown in from a hunting trip in Scotland the night before to be there. They came through the doors of the station. The station was the station. The station had the grey vault of glass and the brown cast iron of a Victorian railway terminus that had been built in the same year Carlisle had been turned and which had not since been substantially changed. The platforms went in their long parallel lines. The clock at the head of the concourse said 10 to 10. The boy looked up at the clock. He looked at his mother. "Mom." "Yes, baby. The platform is between 9 and 10. "It is." Mrs. Beauchamp said I would walk at the wall the way I walk at the kitchen door. "That's right. You will be on the other side, for 3 minutes. Then I will be on the train. Yes. And then the train will go. Yes." He took her hand. He took her hand the way he had taken her hand in the cart in the bank. He took it without looking at her. They walked, the 8 of them, to the wall between 9 and 10. The platform between 9 and 10 was a wall of brick. The wall did not, by any feature, indicate that it was a wall that could be walked through. The household had been told by Aberforth that the wall would let any person who had been brought by a person who knew it through, even if the person who was brought through was a vampire. The household had not by any of its members fully believed it. They had been told it. They had agreed to try. Rosalie pushed the trolley. She pushed it at the wall at the pace Aberforth had said, a brisk walk, not a run. She did not, in the half-second before her trolley hit the brick, hold her breath. The brick was not brick. She went through. She came out on a platform that had not been on the other side of the wall a moment before. The platform was a long curving stone platform with a long red engine at the head and a long line of red carriages behind it, and the engine was steaming, and the platform was full of trunks and trolleys, and children in robes and parents in coats and owls in cages, and a long bell on a stand at the head end of the platform that was ringing. The boy came through behind her. Emmett came through behind him. Esme came through behind Emmett. Carlyle came through behind Esme. Edward came through behind Carlyle. Alice came through behind Edward. Jasper behind them came through last with his shoulder against the brick the way Jasper, in any threshold, came through last with his shoulder against the brick. The boy stood on the platform. He looked. The platform looked back at him in the way platforms full of children on the first day of school look back at any child. The household did not, on the platform, do the small, embarrassing things parents at platforms do. They did not pull at his collar. They did not lick the corner of a hanky and wipe at his cheek. They did not tuck his hair behind his ear. They put his trunk on the train. Emmett put it on the train. The boy stood at the door of the carriage. He looked at Rosalie. "Mom." "Yes, baby. Last hug. All right." She knelt. She knelt on the stone platform of King's Cross Station at 12 minutes to 11 on the morning of the 1st of September 1991, and she put her arms around her son, and she held him for the duration of the time it took him to put both his arms around her neck and hold her back. She did not, in the holding, say anything. She did not need to. He held her. She held him. The bell at the head of the platform rang the second time. She let him go. He stepped back. He picked up the cage with Hedwig in it. He climbed the step into the carriage. He turned at the top of the step. He looked at all of them. He looked at Emmett. He looked at Esme. He looked at Carlisle. He looked at Edward. He looked at Alice. He looked at Jasper. He looked at Rosalie. He raised his hand. He turned. He went into the carriage. The carriage door, after a beat, swung shut. The bell at the head of the platform rang the third time. The engine at the front drew a long breath that was the sound a steam engine of the great class of the British 20th century drew at the moment it would, in the next 10 seconds, pull 1,000 tons of carriage off a London platform. The boy's face appeared at a window. He waved. She waved. The train began to move. The train moved at the pace a train at a London platform moves, the small jolt that does not become a roll, then the roll, then the long, slow acceleration along the platform with the trunks unloaded, and the parents standing back and the porters with their hands at their belts. The boy at the window did not, as long as the window was at the platform, take his eyes off her. She did not, in any second of his looking, take her eyes off him. The window came past her. The window came past Esme. The window came past Carlisle. The window came past the bell. The window came past the end of the platform. The window came into the long red carriage that followed the engine into the curve. The window was, at the end of the curve, gone. She stood on the platform. What changed? The train, which had been the thing the household had been preparing for since the morning of the 5th of November 1981, had taken him. The household stood on the platform for the duration of one of Esme's held breaths. Then Emmett took her hand. Esme took her other hand. Carlisle took Esme's other hand. They walked, the 8 of them, back through the wall of the platform between 9 and 10 and out onto the concourse of King's Cross and through the doors of the station, and to the Daimler at the curb on Pancras Road, where the driver, who had been waiting for an hour, opened the door for them and asked, with his cap in his hand, whether the young gentleman had got off all right. He did, Rosalie said. She got in. Esme got in beside her. Esme took her hand. Esme did not, on the drive back to the hotel, let go of it. She did not let go of it in the hotel. She did not let go of it at the airport. She did not let go of it in the Citation X across the Atlantic. She did not let go of it on the drive from Boeing Field to Forks. She let go of it at the foot of the cedar steps of the White House in the wood, because the rocker on the south end of the porch was the place Rosalie was going to sit, and Esme, who had been waiting for her own husband at her own door for a long marriage, knew that the first hour back into the empty was an hour a mother had to do by herself. Rosalie went up the steps. She sat in the rocker. She put both her hands in her lap. She did not, for the duration of one Forks afternoon and the duration of one Forks evening and the duration of one Forks night, leave the rocker. What changed? She had taken the boy to the train, the boy had taken the train, and the rocker was now, for the first time in 11 years, a chair she had to sit in alone. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7. Year 4, Valdemar Falls alone. Mother waits. The first letter of Year 4 came in October. It came on a Tuesday morning. The owl was not Hedwig. Hedwig was, that month, at school. The owl was a small brown school owl that arrived in the rain at 6 and shook the wet off in the rocker before Rosalie took the letter off its claw. The letter said that the boy had been entered, against his will and against the rules of the tournament, in a competition that had once a century been held for the schools of 3 countries and which had not been held for many years on account of the deaths it had caused, and that the boy had not been able to find a way to be unentered, and that the boy was therefore going to compete, and that there were 3 tasks, and that the first task would be in November. The letter said, "Mom, don't come." The letter said, "I will write." The letter said, "Trust the work you have done." She read the letter twice. She did not, on the second reading, leave the rocker. The rain on the porch went on. She did not come into the kitchen for the duration of the morning. She read the letter a third time. She did the math. The math said that the boy was 14, that he had been at the school for 3 full years, that he had been taught by men and women who had not, by any of the letters of the previous 3 years, indicated they were teaching him badly, that he had won, in his first year, the small private victory against a relic of the Dark Lord that the household had been told about in a letter of 3 pages in May 1992, that he had won, in his second year, the small public victory against a Slytherin heirloom that had nearly killed a girl whose name was Ginny, that he had won, in his third year, the small impossible victory of saving an innocent man's life, and the life of a hippogriff while the man's name had not been cleared. The math said that the boy who had won those 3 victories was the boy who would, by this letter, win or lose the year that the letter was about. The math said that the math was the math. She came into the kitchen at noon. She set the letter on the island. Esme read it. Carlisle read it. Emmett read it. Edward at the door of the great room did not read it. He had heard her read it on the porch. He had heard her read it 3 times. Carlisle looked up. "You will not go." "I will not." "He is asking you not to." "He is. Then we wait. Then we wait." Esme folded the letter. She put it in the small leather book Aberforth had given her, the book Esme had been keeping the letters in since the first one in October 1991. She closed the book. She put the book in the drawer of the kitchen island. What changed? A decision was made at the kitchen island that the household would, in the next 8 months, hold. The second letter came in late November. The letter said the first task had been a dragon. The letter said, "Mom, the dragon was a Hungarian horntail. I rode a broom around it. I did not kill the dragon. The dragon laid the egg." The letter said, "Mom, the egg is for the second task. The egg, when opened, screams. I do not know what the egg means." The letter said, "Mom, I am all right." The third letter came in February. The letter said the second task was the Black Lake. The letter said, "Mom, the egg told us a song underwater. The song said the merpeople would take something I would miss. They took Ron. I had to find the gillyweed. I found the gillyweed. I went under. I brought up Ron, and also the small French girl whose sister had been taken from her, because her sister had been left at the bottom, and I was the only one who knew to bring her up." The letter said, "Mom, I came second. Cedric came first. The judges said I should have come second because I was last out, but they gave me the score because I came up with 2. The letter said, "Mom, Cedric is decent." The fourth letter came in April. The letter said, "Mom, the third task is in June. The third task is a maze. The maze has the cup at the center. The cup is, when you touch it, the cup that gives you the win. The cup will be the cup that gives me, if I get to it, the win. I will get to it. I have been preparing." The letter said, "Mom, when this is over, I will be home." The fifth letter came in late May. The letter said, "Mom, the next letter will be from your son's hand or from the school's hand. I have been told by a friend of mine in this castle, who has been right about most things, that the night of the third task is the night the world will know what was already true. I am ready. Trust the work you have done." The letter was not signed. Rosalie read it on the porch in the rocker in the cold rain at 6 in the morning on a Saturday. She read it once. She set it on her lap. She did not, for the rest of the morning, move. What changed? She had been told. She had been asked. She would, with the household, hold. The night of the third task was the 24th of June. Forks was, that day, hot. Forks had been hot for 2 weeks. The maple in the south corner of the meadow had, by the 24th, leafed into the full green of summer that the household had seen 63 times. The grass in the meadow was tall. The cedar at the end of the boardwalk smelled, in the heat, the way the cedar smelled when the sap was up. She sat in the rocker at the south end of the porch. She had her hand on the wood of the rocker's arm. Esme came out at 4 in the afternoon with the small, precise gift of not bringing food, because there was no food to bring, and not bringing a blanket, because the day was hot. Esme brought, instead, a cup of cold water in the green glass cup the household kept for the human guests who sometimes came to the porch, and Esme set the cup on the small table beside the rocker and did not say anything and went inside. Rosalie did not drink the water. The cup sat in the heat. The water in the cup by 6 had warmed by 3 degrees, by 8 by another 2. By 11 the cup was the temperature of the air. She did not drink the water. She watched the sky over the firs on the western edge of the clearing. The sky over the firs went from blue to orange to red to the deep violet of a forked summer twilight, and then to the deep blue of a forked summer night, and then to the slow, precise black that came up under the line of the trees and rose into the high places of the sky where the stars were. She did not, for any second of the evening, take her eyes off the sky. What changed? Time, which in any other evening of any of her years had been the steady thing in the porch boards, became the slow thing. A long way east, on a dark hillside Rosalie did not see. The boy was, in that same hour, in the maze. The maze was tall walls of hedge with low torches at the corners, and a sky above it that was not the sky over Forks. The maze had 3 other champions in it at the start. The maze had 2 by midnight. The boy had, by 12 minutes past 1 in the local time, been alone in the corridor at the center of the maze, with the boy he had liked from across the dais on the night of the choosing, and the boy he had liked had been the boy who had said, with the small, precise courtesy of an 18-year-old who had been raised by a Welsh father in a stone house above a mine, "We take it together, Harry." They had reached for the cup at the same second. The cup had not been a cup. The cup had been a thing that pulled. The thing that pulled had pulled them both off the hill of the maze and across the breadth of England in the dark, with the cup in both their hands, and had set them down on the stone of a graveyard. The boy did not, in the second of being set down, know. The graveyard was the graveyard Rosalie did not see. The graveyard was a churchyard with 3 yews and a stone angel on a low rise, with a tall grave at the foot of the rise that had a name on it the boy could not, in the dark, read. The graveyard was cold. The graveyard had, around it, the small steady wrongness of a place that had been chosen by a person who had known to choose it. The graveyard had, near the stone angel, a fat man with a bundle in his arms. The fat man stepped forward. The fat man, with a wand that was not his, killed the boy from Wales. The boy from Wales fell at the feet of the boy from the white house in the wood. He did not, in the falling, make a sound. The boy was alone in the graveyard. The boy did not, in the second of being alone, move. He stood with the cup in his right hand. He watched the fat man take the bundle to the great stone tomb at the foot of the rise. He watched the fat man set the bundle on a black flagstone that had been laid in front of the tomb. He watched the fat man pour, from a bag he took out of his coat, the dust of a bone he had stolen from the great stone tomb. He watched the fat man take, with a knife from the same coat, the hand he had been ordered to take from himself, and add it to the dust on the flagstone. He watched the fat man take, with the same knife, a measure of blood from the boy from the white house in the wood. He watched the fat man let the measure of blood fall on the flagstone with the bone and the hand. He watched the fat man step back. He watched the bundle on the flagstone become a body. He watched the body in the second of becoming stand. He watched the body in the second of standing become the dark wizard who had killed his mother. The dark wizard looked at the boy from the white house in the wood. The boy looked back. The boy had been preparing. He did not, in the second of looking, scream. He did not, in the second of looking, run. He looked. He looked the way he had been taught at 3 to look at the cup on the lip of the sink. He looked the way he had been taught at 6 to look at the deer at the edge of the meadow. He looked the way he had been taught at 9 to look at the wizard who had tried to cross the perimeter of his wood. He looked the way he had been taught at 14 to look at the dragon at the foot of the dragon's pen. He looked in the dark at the man who had killed his mother and his father, and he did not, in the looking, give the man any of the things the man had come to take. The wizard on the flagstone lifted his wand. The wizard called the death curse on the boy. The boy lifted his wand. The boy called in the same second the disarming charm. The two beams of light met in the air in the middle of the graveyard. They met, they did not pass through one another. They locked. The lock made, in the air between the two wands, a thread of light that was the color the boy had made his fourth spark for Mrs. Beauchamp in the back parlor at 10 years old, which was the color of the river in the morning. The wizard, at the end of the thread, made the small considered noise a wizard makes who has, in the second of locking the thread, understood that the thread is not a thread the wizard had calculated on. The boy did not make any noise at all. The thread between the two wands held. Out of the wizard's wand came the people the wizard had killed. They came in the order they had been killed, last first. They came as small clear figures with the same precise outline as bodies, but with no weight. They came as the boy from Wales, who looked at the boy from the white house in the wood and said, "Take the cup home, Harry." And then they came as an old man in a coat the wizard had killed in the 7th year of his exile. And then they came as a woman whose face the boy did not know. And then they came as a man whose face the boy did not know. And then they came as Lily Potter and James Potter. They stood at the foot of the boy. Lily Potter put her hand at his cheek. The hand had no weight. The hand was, in the touch of it, the touch of a hand at a cheek. She said, "Harry, when the thread breaks, run for the cup." He said, "Mama." It was the second time he had used the syllable. It was the first time he had used it for the woman who had carried him for 9 months. She smiled. She did not have weight. She had a smile. The thread broke. The boy ran. He ran for the cup. He grabbed the body of the boy from Wales by the wrist as he went past, because the boy from Wales had said, "Take the cup home, Harry." And the body of the boy from Wales was a body Harry was going to take home with him. He grabbed the cup with his right hand. He grabbed the wrist of the boy from Wales with his left. He thought, in the second before the cup pulled, the precise sentence Mrs. Beauchamp had taught him at 10 to think when his wand and his hand were both unavailable. He thought, in the sentence, 3 syllables. The wizard at the foot of the rise raised the wand. The wizard cast. The boy from the white house in the wood, with the cup in his right hand and the wrist of his dead friend in his left, threw, with the wand at his sternum and the syllables of Mrs. Beauchamp's sentence in the back of his mouth. The second spark he had been taught, which was the spark that became, in the breath of a person trained to do it. The gold and silver curse Aberforth had told the woman Beauchamp about in 1959, because Beauchamp had been a friend of Aberforth's first wife, and had been the only person in the world Aberforth had been willing to teach the curse to, on the condition that Beauchamp would never use it and would only teach it to a single person in her life, and only at the very end of the teaching, and only if that single person had, by his hand alone, made the 4 colors of the spark. The curse came off the boy's sternum. The curse went across the graveyard. The curse hit the dark wizard at the precise place the dark wizard had, 11 years before, set into the boy's forehead a seal of his mother's love. The curse undid. The dark wizard on the flagstone did not by any visible movement fall. The dark wizard on the flagstone ceased to be a person. He became the dust he had been before the bone and the hand and the blood. The dust went into the wind. The wind in the graveyard took it. The wind between the yews blew it out toward the field. The cup in the boy's right hand pulled. The boy went with it. He went with the wrist of the boy from Wales in his left hand and the cup in his right and his wand in the hand that held the cup and the dust of the dark wizard at the front of his coat where the wind had put it. The cup set them down on the lawn of the school. The boy fell on his knees in the grass. The lawn was the lawn. The towers behind him were the towers. The crowd at the maze's edge had not yet, in the second of his landing, registered. He held the wrist of the boy from Wales. The boy from Wales was, by every measure, dead. He held it, he held it. He looked up at the headmaster of the school, who had come across the grass to him at a speed the boy had not before seen the headmaster move, and the boy said, He killed Cedric. I killed him. The headmaster, who had been the man who had signed the letter in November 1981, and who was the brother of the man Rosalie had spoken to on the morning of the 5th of November of the same year, knelt in the grass at the boy's side. He looked at the boy. He put his hand on the boy's hair. He did not, by any movement of his face, indicate. He took the boy inside. He locked the door of the room at the top of the tower. He sat with the boy. The boy told him the story. The headmaster listened. He listened the way the boy had been taught by Carlyle to listen, which was line by line, with the second line being looked at before the first line had quite finished. He did not, in any line, interrupt. At the end of the story he stood up. He paced the room. He looked at the small, precise mark on the boy's forehead, which was, in the lamplight, no longer the lightning bolt it had been since November 1981, but a small, round, white scar of the kind one gets from a childhood accident at the bottom of a stair. He looked at the boy. He sat back down. "You have ended a war," he said. "I did what Mrs. Beauchamp taught me." "Who is Mrs. Beauchamp?" "My tutor. In Forks. In Forks. In Washington." The headmaster considered this. He considered it for the duration of a long second. He considered in that long second the small, precise possibility that the world in which his brother had said put the boy on the doorstep was a world he had been arranging for a different ending, and that the ending the world had actually had was the ending it had got because someone else had, 11 years ago, on a different doorstep, said number. He looked at the boy. He looked at the mark. He did not with his face indicate. He stood up. "I will speak with the school," he said. "I will speak with the ministry. I will speak with the people who need to be spoken with. You will in the morning write to your mother. I will. Tonight you will sleep. All right. Cedric will be carried home tomorrow. I will carry him. All right." The headmaster opened the door of the room at the top of the tower. He went out. He went down the stairs. The boy did not that night sleep. He sat at the desk in the room at the top of the tower. He wrote his mother a letter. He wrote it in pencil because his ink had not come up from the dormitory. He wrote, "Mom, the dark wizard is dead. The dark wizard is dust. The dust is on my coat. I came back to the lawn with Cedric. Cedric is dead. The headmaster will write the people who need to be written. I will be on a plane in 3 days. Tell Dad I am all right. Tell Esme I will come home. Tell Aberforth he was right. Tell Mrs. Beauchamp the spark she would not let me do at 10 was the spark I did tonight, and tell her I did it without thinking, and tell her she was right not to let me do it at 10. Tell yourself the work you did has worked." He signed it H. He sealed it with the small red wax stamp Esme had given him. He took the letter to Hedwig in the Owl Tower. He gave it to her. He held her for the duration of one of her own breaths. He let her go. The owl, with the letter, went west into the dark. What changed? The Dark Lord was dead. The boy had killed him. The boy had not asked his mother to come. The mother had not come. The work had worked. The graveyard in the seconds before the cup had a sky that was the color of the inside of a stone. The yews held their shape against the sky. The grass between the gravestones was tall. The graveyard was the small private kind of graveyard. A Welsh churchyard might have been 100 years before. But the church it had once served had been pulled down, and only the wall around the churchyard remained, and the gate in the wall was hanging on a hinge that did not, in any wind, swing. The fat man, when he had stepped forward with the bundle, had been the fat man Harry had seen in the photograph Sirius had shown him at Easter, a man who had been a boy in a school in Scotland with the boy's father, and who had gone, in the war, to the side his school friend's killer had been on, and who had not, in 13 years, been seen by any person his school friend's friends had been willing to take into their houses. The fat man's name was Peter. The fat man had, in the second of stepping forward, not looked at Harry. He had looked at the bundle. He had carried the bundle the 7 paces to the flagstone with the gait of a man whose legs had been trained in childhood to be the legs of a boy who got out of the way of larger boys, and who in adulthood had not, by any second of his life, set the gate aside. He had set the bundle on the flagstone. He had taken the bag of bone dust from the inside of his coat. He had poured the dust on the flagstone in a line. He had said the words of the ritual in the small, bookish voice of a man who had memorized them at the kitchen table of a small house on the south coast of England in March. He had cut his own hand at the wrist with the knife. He had let the hand fall onto the dust. He had screamed once, briefly, with the bookish voice gone, and the scream had been the scream of a man who had not, in the long quiet of his bookish hours, fully understood the cost of what he was reading. He had bound the wrist with the strip of cloth he had brought for the purpose. He had taken the knife to Harry's arm in the crook of the elbow, and had made the cut a wand maker would have approved of, neat, on the cubital vein, and had taken the 2.5 of the cut to fill the small vial he had brought for it. He had emptied the vial onto the flagstone with the dust and the hand. He had stepped back. He had stepped back the precise 3 feet. A man steps back from a ritual when he has, in stepping back, decided that the rest of what was about to happen would happen without him. The bundle, on the flagstone, had begun to rise. It had risen in the slow boil of a thing that had been waiting in a bundle for the moment of being not a bundle. It had taken the height a man takes when a man rises from a flagstone, which was not the height of the body Harry had been told by Mrs. Beauchamp in March that the dark wizard would be in, but a body the dark wizard had been making for himself for a year out of the small, precise things he could still command. And the body had legs and arms and a chest and a face. And the face was a face the boy had seen in a dream 3 times in his 4th year, and had not, in any of the dreams, allowed himself to look at directly. He looked at it now. He looked at it because his mother had taught him at 3 to look at the face of anything he was about to do business with. He looked. The wizard on the flagstone looked back. The wizard did the small ceremonial circuit of inspection a dark wizard does in the first 30 seconds of a body he has not been in for a decade. The wizard touched, in turn, the back of his own neck, the inside of his left wrist, the line of his jaw, the bridge of his nose. The wizard found in each the small confirmations he had been waiting to find. The wizard nodded once to no one, to the knight, to the youths. The wizard looked at the boy. The wizard said, "Harry Potter." Harry, with the wand he had been given by the wand maker on a Tuesday in August 1991, with the syllables Mrs. Beauchamp had given him as the last small precise sentence at the end of the last small precise lesson she had given him in May 1991, with the 11 years of the protocol behind him, and the wood of the porch in Forks across the country, and the ocean, with the rocker at the south end of the porch, with his mother in the rocker, with his father at the door of the great room, with the 7 other vampires in the house behind his mother, with Mrs. Beauchamp in West Seattle, with the dear fence Emmett had built her, with Aberforth in the back room of a bar in Hogsmeade. He looked at the wizard in the graveyard, and did not, in the looking, give him any of the things the wizard had come to take. He raised his wand. He did not, in the raising, hurry. He raised it the way Mrs. Beauchamp had taught him at 10 to raise it, which was at the precise angle of the elbow that put the wand tip in the line between the chest of the holder and the chest of the target. He set his feet at the angle Jasper had taught him at 12 to set them. He breathed the small, precise breath Edward had taught him at 13 to breathe, 3 out, 2 in, 1 held, and he held it. The wizard cast. He cast. The 2 beams of light met. The graveyard, in the second of the meeting, took the small, high singing note Mrs. Beauchamp had warned him about in the May lesson, the note that the wizarding world called priori incantatum, the note that the wand maker had at the door of his shop, looked at the wand in the boy's hand, and felt the precise spinal premonition of. The note that the dark wizard, at the end of his own beam, had not, in any of the calculations he had done at the kitchen table of the house on the south coast, prepared himself to hear. The thread held. The figures came. The boy from Wales said the precise sentence he said. The man whose face the boy did not know said the precise sentence of a man whose name no one in the boy's family would, in years to come, learn. The woman whose face the boy did not know laid the back of her hand against his other cheek. Lily Potter put her hand at his cheek. James Potter, at his shoulder, put his hand on the boy's wand hand, gently, in the small, precise gesture a father uses to remind a son of the wrist. Lily Potter said, "Harry, when the thread breaks, run for the cup." He said, "Mama," she smiled. She did not in the smiling way anything. She said, "Tell your mother I am glad." He did not, in the second of the thread, know what to do with the sentence. He did not need to know. He nodded. The thread broke. He ran. He ran for the cup. He took the wrist of the boy from Wales as he went past. He took the cup. He thought the syllables. He cast. The curse off his sternum was the gold and silver curse of the seventh small precise lesson, and the curse, at the end of the chain of teaching from Aberforth's first wife to Beauchamp to him, found the place at the dark wizard's chest where the seal of his mother's love had, in his own forehead, been put. The curse undid the dark wizard. The dust of the dark wizard went into the wind. The wind between the yews took the dust east toward the field. The cup in his right hand pulled. He went. In Forks on the porch, Rosalie at her sternum felt the precise small undoing of the field that had been above the cut on her son's forehead since the morning of the 4th of November 1981. She held her hand at her sternum for the duration of one of her own held breaths. She did not, on the porch, weep. She held. She watched the line of the trees. She waited. On the porch in Forks, at the second of the spark in the graveyard, Rosalie put her hand at her sternum. She did not know why. She knew only that the porch boards, in the second of her putting her hand there, had become, for the duration of a single breath she did not have, the porch of a different house, and the small, precise pulse she had felt above the cut on the boy's forehead at the Cobham Levee in 1981 had, in the same second, gone out across the country and the ocean and the country on the other side, and the cut on the boy's forehead on the lawn of the school had become a small, round, white scar. She did not weep. She did not have it in her in that second to weep. She put her hand at her sternum. She held it there. Esme in the kitchen, who had not been at the kitchen window, came out onto the porch. Esme did not speak. Esme came to the rocker. Esme bent at the knee at the side of the rocker. Esme put her hand on Rosalie's hand at her sternum and held it there and did not, for the duration of one of Rosalie's held breaths, take it away. "He has done it," Rosalie said. "Yes. He is alive. Yes. He is coming home. Yes. In 3 days. In 3 days." Esme straightened. Esme went back inside. Esme did not, on the inside, ask Rosalie to come in. What changed? She knew without being told. The work had worked. The boy was alive. The boy was coming home. The letter from the boy came the next morning at 6. She read it. She read it the way she had read the letter from him the morning the first task had been a dragon once, without moving, with her hand on the wood of the rocker's arm. And at the end of the second reading she set it on her lap, and she did not, for the rest of the morning, move. The letter from the headmaster came at noon. The headmaster wrote in his green hand that the boy was, by his mother's leave, coming home for the rest of the summer. He wrote that the boy would, in autumn, return for his 5th year. He wrote that the school would be, after the events of the night of the 24th, very different. He wrote that the boy would have, for the rest of his time at the school's full understanding. He wrote, "I am sorry, Mrs. Cullen. I was very wrong about the doorstep." Rosalie read the letter twice. She did not, in any second of the reading, weep. She put the letter in the drawer of the kitchen island with the others. She came back out onto the porch. She sat in the rocker. She did not, for the next 48 hours, leave it. The household did not, in those 48 hours, ask her to leave it. Esme at the third hour brought her a fresh glass of cold water in the green glass. Esme did not, in the bringing of it, speak. She set it on the table. She went back inside. Emmett, at the seventh hour, came out and sat on the boards beside the rocker with his back against the wall of the house and his hand on her hand. Edward, at the 11th hour, came out and stood at the rail of the porch and watched the meadow with her. Carlyle, at the 15th hour, came and laid the small leather book of letters on her lap and did not say anything and went back inside. Alice, at the 19th hour, came and put her hand on Rosalie's hair and went away. Jasper, at the 23rd hour, came and laid the small folded square of his old gray cavalry coat across her knees and went away. The household did not, in any of these gestures, ask her to come in. The 48 hours. The 48 hours had the small, precise weight of a vigil a mother keeps at the door of a house when her son is coming home from a war. She kept the vigil. She watched the line of the trees at the head of the drive. She watched the porch boards in front of her. She watched the sky over the firs at the western edge of the clearing. She watched the line of the trees again. She did not, for the duration of the 48 hours, take her eyes off the line of the trees for more than the eyebrow flick a careful person takes to check a mirror. In the small hour of the second night, the woods at the head of the drive began to speak. They spoke in the small, steady way a wood speaks when a thing is coming up the drive that the wood has not, in some long while, had on it. The cedar at the foot of the drive set its needles. The hemlock at the bend made a small change in its breath. The fir at the second turning lifted its lower branches by half an inch the way the fir at the second turning lifted its lower branches at any pickup truck Emmett had driven through it. She did not, at the first speaking, stand. She did not at the second speaking stand. She did not at the third speaking stand. She did not stand because she had been told by him at 10, by him at 11, by him at 14 in the letter that she had taken into the rocker, "Trust the work you have done," that she would, when he came back, not stand until he had crossed the porch and put his hand on her hand. She held. The cedar at the foot of the drive moved. A figure came up the drive. The figure was small. The figure was a boy of 14 with a trunk on a trolley behind him and an owl on the rim of the trolley, and a coat that was not a coat she had bought him, and a small precise scar at the line of his hair that was not the scar he had left with. He came up the drive. He came across the gravel. He came to the foot of the cedar steps. He looked up at her. He did not in the looking speak. She looked at him. She did not in the looking speak. He came up the 3 cedar steps. He came across the porch boards. He came to the rocker. He set his trunk on the boards. He set the cage with Hedwig on the trunk. He stood in front of the rocker. He put his hand on her hand on the wood of the rocker's arm. He said, "Mom." She said, "Harry." He came into her lap. He came in the way he had come in at 8, at 9, at 10, with the precise practiced economy of a boy who had been climbing into her lap on this porch for 10 years, and had not, in those 10 years, forgotten how. He put his arms around her neck. He put his cheek against her cheek. He let his coat against her own coat, do the small steady work the coats of children do at the cheeks of their mothers. She did not with her arms crush him. She did with her arms take him. She took him with the precise practiced economy of a woman who had been waiting 48 hours for him to come up the drive, and who had, in the 48 hours, drafted the precise hold she would put on him when he did. He held her back. She did not, for the duration of one of his held breaths, speak. She did not, for the duration of 2 of his held breaths, speak. She did not, for the duration of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of his held breaths, speak. She held him. He held her. Behind them in the kitchen, Esme stood at the window with her own hands at her sternum and her own held breath in her own throat, and did not, for the duration of the holding, open the kitchen door. Behind Esme, at the door of the great room, Emmett stood with his palms against the jamb on either side of the door, and did not, for the duration of the holding, cross. Behind Emmett, at the foot of the staircase, Edward stood with his hand on the banister. Behind Edward, on the arm of the couch, Alice stood with both her hands at her ribs. Behind Alice, at the door of the back parlor, Jasper stood with his shoulder against the jamb. The household held. The rocker held. The porch held. The wood held. She held her son. He held his mother. The night around them was the slow, precise night of a Forks midsummer at 1 in the morning, with the air cool and the firs black against the line of the sky, and the moon at the western edge of the clearing, and the stars over the bowl of the meadow. The boy in her lap was warm. His cheek against hers was warm. His breath in her ear was steady. She did not weep. She did not need to. She had, in 55 years, learned a different thing than weeping. She had learned to hold. She held now, on the south end of the porch of the white house in the wood, the boy she had taken from a doorstep on the morning of the 4th of November 1981, and had carried across an ocean, and had raised in the wood, and had put on a train at King's Cross, and had let, in the night of the 24th of June 1995, finish the work she had told him by raising him to finish. The work was done. What changed? The dam, which had cracked in a garage in Forks in the autumn of 1981, was, in the small hour of the morning of the 27th of June 1995, in the rocker on the south end of the porch of the white house in the wood, gone. It did not break. It did not flood. It went in the holding, the way a dam goes when the water it had been holding has crossed the country it had been holding the water from, and has, in the country on the other side, found the river it had always been going to. The river held. The boy in her lap held. The mother in the rocker held. The night, around them, took the long, slow gold of the lamp in the kitchen window and let it. By some grace the household had not asked for, and would not, in any of the years that came after, fall in the precise diagonal across the boards of the porch from the kitchen door to the south end where the rocker was. And along the diagonal, the woman who had brought him home from England held the boy who had, in his turn, brought himself home from England. And the line of the lamplight on the boards of the porch was the line of the road, and the road was the road, and the road was done. Chapter 7 End.